Good morning, everybody. I'm glad you are enjoying the music choice for today. I kind of just felt like I was in a sleep token mood. So thank you for stopping in, Umgak and Tyler. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you're both doing well. Actually, I'm going to turn it down slightly, just a little bit. Just a little bit so I can talk. But yeah, I was just a little bit in a sleep token mood this morning. So we're putting on good old sundowning and just listening. I'm in love with their drummer. 2 is so crazy good. Like if you've watched the Drumeo video, like the interview, oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. Fair, fair. Although my other favorite clips from Sleep Token is watching, I think it's 4 or is it 3? Just like yelling at the crowd and like trying to get them hyped and looking at the fucking reactions of the security guards. We're just like, what the fuck are you doing, man? He's just like going off. It's so funny. And vessel dancing too. Vessel dancing is pretty funny. Pretty funny. But it felt like a very Yukimasa kind of feel today with some of the heavier Sleep Token stuff. So, yeah. It does make me very happy. Yeah. It's like watching the I don't know if you also listen to Ghost at all. But if you watch clips of the ghouls just doing random shit on stage, it's so funny. It's so funny. It gives me so much fucking joy watching those videos. Oh, and now we're getting the light-hearted stuff for Pauline. Perfect. Yeah, I hope you all are having a good day. I'm enjoying another cup of coffee today. I'm okay. How is Maeve? I am okay. It is snowing again. So, you know, it's not a caffeine addiction, so to say. Dependency, maybe. But addiction, It's snowing again today. I had to, as I had the starting soon music and everything going, I heard a giant crash from downstairs. And I was very confused as to what it was. So I had to go run down there. And let's just say one of my feline assistants decided he was gonna try and steal my dish sponge. But in the same process, took down all of the utensils with him, including sharp knives. So yeah, I had to do some quick, yeah. He was fine, luckily. But cat mayhem, yep, cat mayhem. Still can't decide favorite song, but it's Jaws High Water, Atlantic. Oh, okay. So you are also someone who enjoys some of the earlier albums there, Umgak. Seeing there is no Take Me Back to Eden on that list. I really love I really love Tomb and Sundowning. Yeah. I will say I do every once in a while go back and listen to Rain. Even love earlier songs like Nazareth. Yeah. I still go back and listen to like Rain and Ascensionism from Take Me Back to Eden. Those are good songs. Although I do have a little bit of a I guess maybe I don't know. I just have an affinity for Ascensionism, and it's just, yeah. But I think off of Tomb is probably Love That hold on, let me make sure before I say anything. Like That? No, it's The Love You Want, Fall for Me, and Missing Limbs are my favorite. Thank you. But yeah, the entirety of This Place Will Become Your Tomb is a beautiful album. And then off of Sundowning, and then off of Sundowning, I really like Higher. Say That You Will, and Bloodsport. I know Bloodsport is kind of like the obvious choice, but also The Night Does Not Belong to God is a good one. I wanna know you better. I wanna taste you better. Also fantastic songs. Thank you. Thank you. So, what did you guys think of Yukimasa's story so far? I know we haven't seen the conclusion of it, but what do you think so far? Can't really pick a bad song. That's true. I was gonna say we didn't finish, but so far, what do you think? Also, for those who haven't played, what do you think is next? Man needs a therapist. Madam, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the follow. I hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for stopping in. Also, thank you so much last night to Chef Taku for following. Oh, or well, multiple therapists. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. One for each splurs. I wouldn't even say it's so much split. It's more so, well, maybe. But yeah. But there's so many different sides to him, we may as well be splits. Okay. Fair. That's fair. Oh, maybe not gods for right now. Might be a little much for right this morning. Besides, I want sugar anyway. Oh, it's still the same artist. That's the funny thing. Is it still the same artist? I was mid-headbanging, I'm sorry. But Sugar is such a good song too. I know, I appreciate the depth. Yeah. Besides, I'm going to let Yukimasa be the thing that wakes us all up and terrifies us all. But yeah, I'm like I said, I'm interested to see what you think is going on outside of Yukimasa's story. Like, what's the deal with the maid? Or if that's still a mystery. Oh, zero fucking clue. Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad then. She seems to just be part of the mansion. Being essentially a trap of sorts. Hey. Is she John Mansion? Yes, she is John Mansion. God, I'm not ready for door 3. I'm not ready for door 3. I don't know what voice I'm gonna do for the main person in door 3. Oh. No, it's gonna be so bad. Because, like, I have a specific headcanon for how I think he would sound. Do I know how to make that voice? No. Not at all. Oh, he's a... yeah. But luckily, I think my voice is mostly back today. So I can kind of be a little more emotive than I was yesterday. I still won't be scream laughing like Yukimasa wants me to be. But it'll be a little bit better. Still no down bites. Actual sounds of death today. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. What, you didn't like my sound of death yesterday? Okay, well, our song has ended, which means it is time. It is time to head back to the mansion. I giggled this morning as I remember the sounds. Thanks. Alrighty. Are we ready to load back in to the beast's identity? Aye, aye, Captain. Alrighty, here we go. All good, Tyler. Okay, so we have to do this part again, but that's fine. What I want most is to spend a nice quiet life with you. I don't need anything extravagant. Just an ordinary life, slowly growing older, having 3, maybe 4 children. We'd never fight, and eventually, before I knew it, I'd be an old lady. Thinking, this is uneventful life. It's the best I could have asked for. That's the life I want. What about you? Yes, I too wish for a peaceful life with you. Holly, I couldn't. Again, I couldn't. And once again, more screaming. Oh, that's a big... Oh, that keeps going. I'm not controlling it. I'm not controlling this. It's just happening. Okay, well. Wow. Times infinity. Yeah, he's got more air in his lungs than I probably could ever. Master? Master? What is the matter? You look as pale as a ghost. What? I lied to you? I have not told you a single falsehood, Master. Hello, Amaya. Thank you for stopping in. Thank you, thank you. We are just getting back into door 2. You haven't missed much. About the beast. That means you were seeing her memories, then. Is that so? That must have been quite difficult to witness. But I assure you, I have told you no lies. Bestia was convinced he was a beast. And as a servant of this house, it is my responsibility to present my former master to you as he saw himself. This would be a very different story had you not discovered the truth. A beast met a white-haired girl and learns humanity. That tale would have been far easier on you, I'm sure. By remaining in the dark and seeing the story through his eyes only, you would have not had to witness that poor girl's miserable death. And that, perhaps, would have been better for you, But the reality you observed through her eyes changes the truth of his tale. And it sounds like the visions you had did not run in parallel to the events I described to you, but took place slightly earlier in time. Which means that yes, her fate was set in stone well before you ever saw it. I do have to wonder, though, why did Bestia believe that woman to be a beast like him? Perhaps, oh my goodness. Perhaps it was her hair, eye, and skin color were similar to his own. The poor young woman who called upon the mansion did indeed resemble Bestia. They were of a similar race. Thank you for the hydrate. Half of her blood was the same race as his. But was that the only reason? Would that be enough for him to mistake her as a beast? I have my own theory. His memories may have played a role. I suspect Bestia was afraid of the memories for when he was human would cause him to waver. But that is simply my own speculation. Perhaps he had merely lost his grip on reality. How well have you come to understand Bestia, Master? You do appear to think he was an ordinary human who believed himself to be a beast. But where does the line between man and beast truly lie? That I don't know. Master, if, like Bestia, you were to lose your memories and endure persecution and degradation until you broke, would you still remember those you care for? Now, our tale is not yet over. The web of misfortune was tightly, oh so tightly entangled. It could not be unraveled. Let us return now from her memories to the point where we left off in our story. Just after the white-haired girl had disrobed, showing Bestia the difference between her and him. This was, yes, several days following the young girl's death. The blood in the hall had been cleaned up, and there was no trace of it any longer. He had made a tremendous mistake. Though the only people aware of that mistake are you and I. There is perhaps a chance that the white-haired girl had realized, but she knew nothing of the woman. So I entreat you to not fault the white-haired girl for trying to be kind to Bestia. She is without sin in any and all times. The beast, no, the man made the white-haired girl put her clothes back on. He seemed to have calmed down a bit. After examining her body and comparing it to his own, he was once again coming to think he might not be a beast. In the past, he would have rejoiced to have proof of his own humanity. However, it was for him then the seed of several new doubts. You said I am human. Yes. Do you still believe this? I certainly do. You are simply mistaken. You believe yourself to be a beast because of what the villagers said. Why did they call me a beast? If I were able to see, I could surely answer all of your questions. But I cannot. So I can only offer you, all I can offer you is my conjecture. Go on. Tell me. I suspect that you do not come from this country. No, you don't come from this continent. You came to this continent from far, far away. Perhaps even across the seas. This land has been cast into turmoil by the war. Fortunately, no fighting reached the village, but it has blocked trade routes, stripped them of their independence, and cast a dark shadow over their hopes. Hi, Chef Taku. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for following last night. I really appreciate it. We are continuing door 2. They are quite devastated, I imagine. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I was very unsure when I sent my sent my link in to Kokoro, but I'm glad you all enjoyed it. And then you showed up. From what I have heard, this area is not particularly friendly to people from other countries. So even less so for those from another continent. I doubt they know much about the distant lands. They probably had never seen someone like you before. I think it is in the trigger warnings, I think. If not, I should add it. I think it is. But yes, this part of the story is going to heavily talk about. It does not. Okay. I will add it. I will add it soon. Oh, yeah, it's probably in the longer one on my Discord. That could be. But yes, there are talks of racism, Zionism, that kind of thing. Or not Zionism. Xenophobia. Yeah, it's on there? Okay, that'd be where I've seen it. Yeah, so there is a big trigger warning for this game. So please take care of yourselves first. If any of these topics or anything are distressing to you, please take care of yourselves first. And I will see you tomorrow for a different kind of day. Okay? But I think everyone here, at least other than the lovely new Chef Taku, has been here for the past couple days, so I think you all know kind of what we're dealing with. But still good to reiterate, you know? Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Amaya. I will add it to the Stream Elements thing. Thank you very much. But in addition, you would have been wearied and worn. I guess you were emaciated, wasting away. Even so, that you didn't even look like yourself. Do you remember how you arrived at the village? When I woke up, I was on the beach. I don't remember anything before that. My joints all ached, and I was incredibly thirsty. I was in so much pain. I sought help. But nothing I said got through to the villagers. I didn't understand what they said either. But the one thing you did understand was that they were calling you Bestia. Right? Right. And I also understood that the word they used to describe beasts. The way they looked at me, it wasn't normal. So I imagine at first, they simply didn't want the trouble. They didn't actually think you were a beast. Simply that this wretched man, unfamiliar in appearance, had washed ashore resembled the beast. Washed ashore? You were in an accident, were you not? While crossing the sea. I do not remember. Can't remember. No, I mustn't remember. If I'm not a beast, then that means the other beast wasn't one either. What did the beast look like? It looked like somehow similar to me. Its hair color, skin color, eye color. But the way it spoke seemed vaguely familiar. Which means it was... I cannot accept that. If I do, then that means I have done something terrible. No! What? They did call me a beast. I was in fact a beast. As I've been saying, that's because... Tell me I'm a beast, please. Let me remain a beast. How do you imagine he saw the world? I cannot even begin to fathom. You never know what someone else sees. And there is nothing to say they see the same thing as you. And you and I have seen different things. So too did the man and his lover see different things. Or perchance, the true shape of the world is visible only through the white-haired girl's sightless eyes. Do you think the reason he so stubbornly rejected his human memories is because he had taken the life of his beloved? I, personally, believe there was more to it than that. Someday, you shall remember. You shall remember everything. I will not allow you to avert your eyes. All good, Ungak. Thank you so much for stopping by. Remember that you have always been a beast, incapable of saving anyone, only of taking. Remember and suffer, agonize, writhe, anguish, grieve, suffer. Such a damn shame. Our homeland is but a stone's throw away. They still won't let us in. Just how long are they going to maintain this stance? Regrettable, isn't it, son? Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Captain Amasa. We can make it this far on the white man's ship. They gave us no response to our missives. I'm not even sure it's even reaching the magistrate's hands. Is it so difficult to even be the slightest bit accommodating to your fellow countrymen? They seem to be treating the white men rather poorly as well. I hear they imprison them on a tiny, man-made island. That's no way to make friends. Well, all things considered, we can hardly call this our homeland anymore anyway. For how many generations has your family lived overseas again? I am the third. I see. Then I doubt you have any actual attachments to this land. That's not true. I may never have had the opportunity to set foot on her soil, but my spirit dwells within this land. My grandfather has told me much about this country. For her four riches, vibrant seasons, and boundless beauty. I am deeply grateful that you invited me on this voyage to visit her, Captain Amasa. I have finally, if only at distance, laid eyes upon my home. I cannot say when this era may draw to a close, but I hope the time comes when we can proudly proclaim her our motherland. You can't find food this good back home. I eagerly await the day that becomes true. Indeed, as do I. I've lied to her. She believes I was born in the Orient. But in truth, I've never set foot in that country. I was born in Europe. My family has not been permitted to return since my grandparents left. I can still remember clear as day the look of the profound regret on my grandfather's face as he departed from this world. He bequeathed onto me a katana, and on that day, that blade became the one object binding me to my homeland. I could not bring myself to tell her that I was disallowed to return home. I did not want her to think that I had been forsaken by my own country. That my country would do such a thing. However, some part of me believes that there was more to it than that. A smuggler. Yeah, I would have never expected it. Not on this ship. One of the crew was conspiring with a government official. He hid unreported goods on board and delivered them in secret. What goods? Silver coins. Spanish coins trade for more than they're worth as currency. The official was sentenced to commit seppuku. But we are responsible for our own crew's punishment. I'm still trying to decide how to handle it. Have him commit seppuku as well. This sailor has brought shame upon the entire ship. If he is made to take responsibility for his actions, then perhaps we can minimize the damage to our reputation. You make a fair point. Unfortunately, he is not of this land. I doubt he is familiar with the ritual. And I shall serve as his second and ensure he dies without issue. Have you lost your mind? I've been trained in the art. It is unlikely that I should fail. You're not a samurai, though. I was born into a family of samurai. At least, it was until 3 generations ago. But that blood still courses through my veins. Very well then. That is how we shall do it. We now commence the ritual seppuku for our fellow crewman Seedorf. Seedorf has, in violation of restrictions in place by the shogunate, committed the grave crimes of smuggling prohibited goods into the country. In order to atone for this betrayal of the trust of both nations, he vows to take his life here before you. Do you have any last words? I deeply regret that we should have to lose a companion with whom we have traveled the 7 seas in this manner. Do it. Wasn't me. What? It wasn't me. I've been set up. I didn't smuggle anything. I don't know anything about silver coins. I've been framed. Believe me. Yukimasa. He said the accusations were false. Lies to escape punishment. I could not allow him to continue shaming himself and us when his fate was already decided. It only served to tarnish this ship's honor. But an investigation was performed. It is our duty to trust those results. You're right. Yes. You're right. Good work. Now, this needs to be cleaned up. Yes, sir. I'm sure I was mistaken, but I'd like to ask you anyway. Were you smiling as you did it? You must have been seeing things. Was that really the only reason? I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth? What was that dream? Was that from my memories? No. Hasama? I've never met that man. Or that woman. No. I was just... No. It wasn't me. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. Not a thing. Not a single thing. I am a beast. I am a beast, not a human. I do not need these memories. Are you there? Are you there? Where are you? Come to me. Be with me. Peace. My peace. Where are you? Where have you gone? Why? Why are you not at my side? Don't remember anything. Stop remembering. Is that a silver coin? Spanish silver. Some weeks after we set off back west, I found a silver coin in the ship's hold. I don't know if it got overlooked or dropped when transporting the rest, but there's just one. The first thing when I find it is I should report it to Captain Amasa. But instead, I slip the coin into my pocket and take my leave of the hold as if nothing ever happened. Not for the purpose of smuggling it for some extra cash. It only has extra value in the east. Back west, it's nothing more than its designated value as currency. So again, it's not for want of money. Well, damn. Seems Seedorf might have been innocent after all. Perhaps so. And if he had no hand in the smuggling, then I have done a horribly regrettable thing. No, as you said, the investigation was conducted. We had no choice but to leave the information we were given. You mustn't blame yourself. I feel bad for putting such an unpleasant responsibility on you. Not at all. Now, how do we handle this? I can't believe us. Oh, oh no, right. Oh. I can't believe a silver coin was found in someone else's luggage. It would be best to handle this internally. Publicly, we've already made our amends with Seedorf's death. That's true. Though it would be prudent to try and discover where he is acquiring the coins. As to prevent another such incident. Should one of our crew be caught smuggling again, he will not be the only one asked to take responsibility. I have great sympathy for you, Captain Amasa. This is quite the headache. I can't imagine he would give up his connection just because we asked. We can force him. If he doesn't want to talk, we can give him some encouragement. But I couldn't. Worry not, Captain. I shall take care of the dirty work. You needn't trouble yourself with anything, Captain. Leave it all to me. Captain. Very well. I'll leave this in your hands, Yukimasa. Yes, sir. How are you feeling? Hey, untie me. What's the meaning of this? A silver coin was discovered in your luggage. Huh? A silver coin? Interesting. It would seem you have quite a knack for acting. Hold on. I don't follow. I thought the smuggling problem was taken care of. Seedorf wasn't the only one doing the smuggling. It was you. Like hell. I've never seen any damn silver coins. This is some kind of mistake. Check my bag again. Coin was found in your luggage, regrettably. Captain Amasa saw it for himself. Lies. I swear I never touched one. Is that so? I swear, never once. Please, believe me. I'm no smuggler. I've done good work, even on this expedition. You know I'm not someone who would get involved in smuggling. I don't know. What kind of person is anyone? Anyone is. We may have known each other for years, but that doesn't mean I have any way of knowing what you think in private, how you feel, what kind of person you are. You smuggled the coins, didn't you? I didn't. I have nothing to do with that. Who was your supplier? I'm telling you, I'm no smuggler. It puts Captain Amasa in an uncomfortable position if you don't talk. We can't risk damaging our homeland's trust any further. I swear to God, I had nothing to do with it. So, you won't tell. How can I tell you something I know nothing about? I see. You believe me? It's very, very important information. Enough so that you can't give it up so easily. In which case, I'll just do what I have to until you talk. What? What are you? Whenever you're ready to talk, let me know. I'll stop right away. Hey, stop! What are you doing? Quite thick fingers you have. Let go! What are you? But it's all meat. Your bones aren't any thicker than anyone else's. My finger! Oh, don't start screaming just yet. That was just the first. Your little finger. Next is your ring finger. Stop, please, don't, I'm begging you. Are you ready to talk? I told you, I don't know anything. Too bad. Very crunchy noises we're getting today. Your middle finger? Don't! Your right hand is going to be useless if you don't start talking soon. What do you want me to tell you? I swear, I had nothing to do with it. What has you so stubbornly refusing to talk? Is your supplier really going to such lengths to protect? No, I can't tell you what I don't know. That's all that's left is your thumb. Help! Someone! Get me! Just so we're perfectly clear, everyone on board knows what you did. No one is going to come to a smuggler's aid. God, I can't take this anymore. Please stop. Ready to talk? What will it be? I'll talk. Okay. I'll talk. If anything you tell me is a lie, you can consider your life forfeit. Are you ready to tell me the truth? We will investigate the details of your confession. If you lie, we'll find out. Understood. But I... Speak. But... Or can't you? I don't know anything! That's a shame. Well, you won't be using your right hand ever again. Although, there are still 5 fingers on your left. Are you in pain? Do you want me to stop? Yes, please. All right. Hello, Cersei. You have showed up at a very weird time. If you are not comfortable with, depictions of torture, please turn away. Thank you for the head pats. What the hell did I come back to? Well, Yukimasa is interrogating a quote-unquote smuggler. Quote-unquote, because he fucking planted the fucking coin in this guy's luggage. So, he's just doing this for fun at this point. So he's breaking all of his fingers. Yeah. He's just a silly guy. Sure. 4 left. That's quite the face. I wish I could show it to you in a mirror. What is wrong with you? You monster! I'm not doing this because I want to. You're the one forcing my hand by refusing to talk. Now go on. Spit it out. You wouldn't believe anything I said anyway. How long have you been doing this? You're the first. Liar! You sick bastard! It's the truth, though. And why? Why are you smiling? Three left. What'll it be? Will you tell me everything? No lies and no omissions? It wasn't me! It wasn't me! I didn't do anything! Two left. Surprising how easily they break. No! Stop! This is the last one. It burns. It burns. My fingers are on fire. Now, what next? It burns. It burns. It burns. Are you listening? Hello? This over a few broken fingers? Need me to wake you up? Let me tell you something. I am the one who put the coin in your luggage. Of course you don't know anything. Yeah, I'm not moaning. Also, I tried before last stream and my mic just doesn't pick it up, so I'm just not even gonna bother with it. Someone, anyone, get in here. The silver coin wasn't... Don't go shouting things you'll regret. It's hard to fight back with your hands in that condition. Having trouble breathing? Huh? Well, are you? Need air? I guess it's hard to talk with my hands around your throat, huh? Do you want air? All right. Then you can have some air. Someone, anyone, please get in. You just don't learn. I can see the words written on his face. Why? Why are you doing this? Why? That's a good question. I'm not even sure myself. Hey. Answer me. Well, damn. I missed the opportunity to use my katana. I tossed the man's body overboard. My story will be that he sneaked out while I wasn't looking and threw himself into the sea. As I watched the sack of flesh sink into the depths. I'm thoroughly shocked to realize I didn't feel the slightest bit bad about what I had done. No regret, No remorse. Nothing. I comprehend that the things I've done are irreprehensible. That they're evil. But that knowledge wasn't sufficient enough to restrain my urges. There's an itch I felt deep within my chest ever since the moment my blade sunk its teeth into Seedorf's neck. I don't know what to call it, but I feel like I'm floating. Like everything swirling about inside me has been unleashed, set free. There's also an edge of anxiety, though. If I continue down this path, what might I transform into? Despite feeling not the slightest bit guilty about the horrible things I've done. I still fear this life I made slipping away from me. I want something to anchor me. What exactly am I? Is this what I wanted to become? The kind of man that can take another's life without flinching? Fully aware of his actions? And if that's truly what I am, perhaps it would make things easier if I did lose everything. Oh, don't scare me like that. And where did you pick up a word like Ninja? I never took you for someone so pretentious. I'm sorry. You just looked more like so much like a rabbit there, with your head tossing the way you're tossing your head back and forth, looking around for me. Oh, you. Ninja is something you call a child. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm sorry, really. Don't be so mad, Pauline. I'm not mad at all. It's been a year and a half. We finally get to see each other again. That we do. Did you have any trouble out at sea? Did you fall ill or get caught in a storm? Or run into any kind of danger at all? No, there was no trouble. Everything went fine, without incident. The sea god was watching over us, I suppose. Yeah, no trouble. I was the trouble. I was the incident. There was no trouble for him. No. But he was the one starting shit. I don't know. What am I? Who am I? Who? What is this room? What are those colored windows? Were those here before? In the mansion? I know what that is. It's an angel. The angel is... It's looking at me and laughing. The angel is looking down on me and laughing. Oh Oh, Frozen Dreamer, thank you so much for the follow. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, there's more to it, Kane. Don't worry. It still has many twists for you. Don't worry. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. What are you doing? The angel. The angel is laughing at me. The angel. So I, the angel. You. Where were you? I went to the kitchen to get a drink of water. You have nothing to worry about. I will not run away from you. I am not human, am I? I'm not human. You are. Not a human. You are you. It's all right. I imagine it's quite disconcerting, having lost your memories. But no matter what happens, you will always be you. Don't be afraid. Are those the words of encouragement I truly wanted to hear? Am I afraid of being myself? I don't know. Don't think about it. I'm a beast. A beast without memories. His psyche drifted erratically between human and beast. If he had accepted himself as human, it might cause memories better left buried to return to him. If he accepted himself as beast, in exchange for his memories, he would no longer be able to rejoin human society. The white-haired girl fervently supported him in this precarious times. I was quite amazed. I had never imagined she would grow to be such a strong woman. Nevertheless, God is a cruel master. For what strength he gave her spiritually, he took an equal part from her physically. Though she persisted day in and day out to stay by the man's side, one day she suddenly fell ill. With her in the throes of a high fever and not knowing the cause, he fell into a perpetual panic. There was no medicine in the mansion. They could hardly manage to put together sufficiently nutritious meals. Though there was no medicine, maybe there was something else that could make her feel better. However, everything he could think of would require him to leave the house. Hey. Hi, Lucado. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you're doing well. Is there anything you would like? Anything I would like? I'm considering visiting the village.
I see. You're going to the village.
I thought I might be able to get some medicine. I would prefer to bring a doctor here, but no one would come if they learned you were in this mansion. So...
He was planning to put on a disguise to enter the village as a person. The white-haired girl smiled when she heard his idea. She had, after all, always wanted him to think of himself as human. However, because she was so pure-hearted, she did not comprehend the full extent of the slaughter he had confessed to committing. The revenge he had taken on those who chased him around. How sinister his cackling and furious his reaping. She did not grasp how serious it was. She had faith that Bestia had kindness in his heart. If you cannot get any medication, then buy me some oranges, please.
Oranges?
This land is blessed by the sun. You should be able to find some wonderful, fresh oranges.
Will it make you feel better?
Yes, it should.
Okay.
Bestia's mind was made up. He would don the skin of a human for her, to protect the peace he had. He would return to the place that had left him with so many painful memories. It was, to him, the source of his fear. Whenever he let his guard down, their shouts would play back in his mind.
Bestia? 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 Hideous beast.
Though he had physically conquered the people who lived there, Bestia's memories of the village still haunted him. But her health meant more to him than any of that. He was willing to cast aside his fear if it meant the white-haired girl would recover. The girl was still in her bed. He made his way out of the mansion. He crossed the overgrown forest, pushed forward one step at a time, all the while trying to brush aside his apprehension.
Sorry, 1 second, guys. Nope, okay. I'm back. It's fine. Ooh, I just gotta stretch. So, what do you think's gonna happen when he goes to the village? Thank you for the posture check. I'm gonna take a sip of water too. Can't say anything? Yeah. I know you can't, Amaya. I'm sorry. You already know what's gonna happen. But, let's see. He's heading there, and let's see what happens. And this is where they called me a beast. Where I was almost killed. And where I killed them. It looked different than I did then. I'm dressed differently too, but can I play the part? Can I act convincingly human? I have no choice. There are no other villages. I can't let her die. Excuse me, could you answer a question for me? The village man is looking at me. Only for a moment. But for me, that moment is torturously long. A faint look of panic crosses his face, perhaps in fear of my appearance. He's staring at me. Will he point his finger and call me a beast? Will the other villagers come to kill me? However, haven't seen you around here before. He didn't recognize me. Yes, I come from a faraway land, and I'm unfamiliar with the area, so... You're dressed like a nobleman. On a secret trip or something? Something like that. You look really pale, though. Searching for a doctor? Yes, but not for me. My companion has come down with a fever. Sorry to hear it. Well, I'd love to introduce you, but he's out right now. And he won't be back for a few days. I see. And where might I be able to buy fruit? There's a shop just around the corner. Thank you very much. Don't mention it. Do take care, traveler. It's dangerous out there. I'm starting to attract attention, but not the same kind as before. They don't look at me with revulsion, hatred, or furious indignation. They're simply curious. The village feels different than last time. Could it have changed that drastically? Or is it because I really did look like a beast then? And now I look human? I don't know. Excuse me.
Me? Yes?
I would like to buy some fruit. Some oranges?
Oranges? Alrighty, 1 second.
Fruit vendor didn't recognize me as a beast either.
Any other year and they'd be a lot plumper than this. But this year we've had to the end of the war and this whole mess with the beast. It's been crazy. If you'd like, how about you come back in a few years and try our oranges again? They'll be several times better, I assure you.
I'll keep that in mind.
You bet. That'll be...
I'm sorry, I don't have any local currency. Would this suffice?
What? How is...
No good, I take it?
No. On the contrary. It's hardly fair to you, for you, trading a jewel for a few oranges?
That's all I have to offer. I hope you can exchange it for money.
Sure. You nobles are sure something else.
Noble.
Aren't you? Though if you wander around dressed too well, you put yourself in danger. You might find yourself stripped bare by a bandit, or perhaps even catch the attention of the beast.
The beast. Everyone mentions the beast. They speak of me.
Have you heard the tales?
I have not.
There's a beast den not too far from the village. It attacked before, and we've been living in fear, never knowing when it might attack again. But that all ends today.
Hmm?
The men have finally found their spines. They all got together and went out to exterminate it.
What?
And you'll never guess who's responsible. A kid, a little boy is spearheading the attack. Never would have expected a little kid to whip all of our lazy, cowardly men into shape. The boy's the only one who's been to where the beast's den is. Ah, hold on. What about your oranges?
The men have banded together, and they're going to kill the beast? Why now? Why when I'm not there? I'm the beast. I'm right here. I'm what you're trying to hunt. The only person at the mansion right now is her.
He regretted not asking the fruit vendor how long the party set off. Though, what good would that knowledge have done him? He had to hurry back regardless. The sun was beginning to set, draping the surroundings in a deep blackness. As if to keep him from returning home, the night wrapped its hands around his head, covering both eyes. In what direction did he have to head to return to the mansion? He stormed through the forest, and eventually, the mansion appeared before him, the world fading into view after a dream. Bestial was a tempest in the night, blowing through the overgrowth towards the house.
Please make it in time. I need her. I need the peace that she provides. The last thing I want for her is to die.
In the blink of an eye,
he was through the door, charging down the mansion's halls. He could not sense anyone else inside, though. All he could hear was the whoosh of the wind blowing into the house from somewhere. It seemed a window was open. Where are you? Where have you gone? Answer me. Please, answer me.
He cried out the girl's name again and again till his throat was sore and his voice was hoarse. But she did not respond. He rushed into her bedchamber.
Hey, hello? Are you there? Where are you? Where are you? Answer me.
The man swung his head back and forth so hard he thought he might break his own spine. But when he made the look down, he slipped, falling on his tailbone. He felt something slick on his hand, a sensation he would recognize anywhere. The liquid was still warm.
No. Not be. It can't. It can't. It cannot be.
Muttering incomprehensibly in fear, he crawled back through the door of her bedchamber and into the corridor. Like a genuine beast, he followed the trail of slippery fluids on all fours. The trail glimmered like red wine. It stretched down the hall, past the living room, smeared across the floor like it had been wiped down with a mop. The man crawled and crawled and crawled, till at last he reached the stairs leading down to the cellar. The ruby trail continued. From beyond the door, he could hear men's voices. With a howl, the man stumbled down the stairs, throwing open the wooden door. His first impression was that the stench of blood was suffocating. And indeed, there he discovered the white-haired girl. He found himself unable to even scream. Her once porcelain skin was no longer even sickly pale, but was now the bloodless color of dirt. She was sprawled haphazardly on the cellared floor, dried blood stains around her half-open mouth. And those lips were naturally lacking their former rosy sheen. Her body was covered in an array of wounds, but the most prominent was the singular man's sword standing tall in her chest.
This is the other bestia? He doesn't look the same. It's him. He's the same guy. He's the bestia.
Several villagers surrounded him at the behest of a young boy.
He's gotten himself dressed up all proper and fancy. But good clothes don't make him a good man. Isn't that right, you bestia? No, you murderer. Why did you kill her? 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 Why? You want to know why? Her death was an accident, I'd say. I feel bad about what happened. But any woman who would live with a man like you must be a witch. Does that hurt? Are you hurting right now, you bestia? Then maybe you would now understand. You not only stole my parents and friends from me, you ripped that last shard of hope from me I had from my hands. Do you get it now? Do you finally understand how I feel? Now do you know how it feels to have someone you care about taken from you? Pauline was desperately looking for you. Why? Why would you kill someone so devoted to you? Do you understand what you've done? I'm asking you a question, you goddamn murderer.
I see. And now I have nothing left. What? The man stepped forward, almost perfectly calm. His panic has vanished, as if it were never there. His eyes were disturbingly vacant. Perhaps the sorrow had overpowered him, his beating his heart into quiet submission. No, that was not the case. Though his eyes were empty, a faint smile spread across his lips. The transition was swift, as though a gear had switched in his mind. The boy and the other villagers were frozen in place at the sight. Before long, the man was standing before the deceased girl's body, and then he pulled the blade from her chest. I knew it. I really was a beast. And what I wanted was a tether. What are you yammering about? Didn't you care about that woman? Didn't you choose her over Pauline? Who then you then threw aside and butchered? What is wrong with you? What was she to you? She was my serenity. But she's dead now, and there's nothing I can do about that. Oh. Sorry, you can see my Steam notifications. I should probably turn those off. It's fine. Peace, calm, tranquility. Man's behavior was downright eerie, causing the boy to flinch back. Believing he had everything taken from him, and could not possibly lose anything more was, I imagine, what had allowed him to stand up against the beast, the source of such crippling fear. Yet now, he found himself unable to move. He found himself in the face of such an incomprehensible creature, paralyzed with fear, and the villagers were similarly dumbstruck. Not even I could understand his behavior. What the hell is wrong with you? How can you laugh at this? I don't get it. How indeed. I wonder myself. I don't know either. But you know what? It doesn't matter anymore. Because every last one of my anchors has broken off and sunken into the sea.
Damn it. Get moving. Kill him. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Yes. My whole life, I've always wanted to kill.
What was it that afflicted you with such madness? Losing your memory in a shipwreck? The abuse and insult you suffered at the villagers' hands? Or was it your grief for not being able to return to your homeland? No, none of those were the root. You were always like this. You always bore those twisted desires. You held these deep, constant urges to cause others harm. That is your essence. The real you hidden beneath the mask of serenity. The true beast was your heart. The beast was a convenient skin for you to wear. You wanted to be a brutal, savage murderer. You never really loved the white-haired girl, or the black-haired woman for that matter. You were merely attached to them, fixated on the idea of a world of tranquility. You used this piece to anchor yourself, to prevent you from drifting off into the ocean of your desires. You yearned to cause pain, while also hungering for the opposite, calm life. You idolize the ideals. Let me try that again. You idolize this idealized life, spent in quiet harmony with another, as you knew just how difficult it would be for you to attain. Far more difficult than satisfying your cravings. Not impossible. I, personally, had hoped you'd find some peace with someone rather than have descended into savagery. It may have been only superficial, but would have been very human. But ultimately, peace slipped through your fingers, and no one was left to suppress your desires. You cannot, after all, hold them back yourself. What a tragic man. What a hopeless man you are. And that is the end of door 2. The cellar door swung shut. You had fallen asleep on the floor at some point, unable to bear the stench of blood. The maid stood behind you, her arms wrapped around your shoulders. The maid's voice was chillingly gentle. That was quite horrific, wasn't it? Are you feeling unwell, Master? Oh my. Baking, Master. Fear not. I assure you, the beast will not come through that door. I am here for you, and will continue to hold you as long as you need to settle your nerves. Oh dear, you feel like you might freeze in my arms. Am I really that cold? I cannot tell my own temperature.
I enjoy that you technically guess how it ends based on what the maid says. Yeah. They don't actually 100% tell you Yukimasa's ending. But you can implore it by what happened, what she says. Mm-hmm. I mean, well, I guess she's now going to tell us more so.
You wish to know what happened to Bestia after that. I could open the door once more and show you. But I have no intentions of knowingly tossing you back into that den of horrors. He lost the rest of his humanity, becoming holy beast. But, to tell just a little more of the tale, it is my understanding that the entire village was ravaged shortly thereafter. He was a bewitchingly talented swordsman. Not a single person living in the village could stand up to him. In that woman's memories, you saw him as a gentleman, yes? But even the mildest of men can change. So personally, I believe that without an element of monstrousness buried somewhere within, a man cannot become a monster, regardless of what may push him in that direction. Do you follow? Now, tell me, Master, have you remembered anything? Oh dear, I was afraid of that. I am a remarkably patient maid. I shall accompany you for as long as you require. So do please find your memories. Now, let us head to the next door. The mansion is quite large, so hold on to my hand. We would not want to get separated.
Sorry, I took a quick sip.
You and the maid traveled down the dimly lit hall, passing that by the mirror once again. The light from the candle in the maid's hand was the only thing that reflected in it. The maid herself did not appear. However, just as you were about to avert your eyes, you thought you caught the glimpse of white hair. You heard a voice echo in the darkness. And when you turned to face the mirror again, the glass was the color of obsidian, as if it had been painted over. The voice seemed to be coming from beyond the mirror. Maid did not turn back, evidently having heard nothing, having not heard anything. You... Oh. Hold on. Save. Yes. Mm-hmm. I think we have to do the save your prince or slay your princess thing and touch the mirror. It's more I don't see her as a person. Okay.
Yeah, we gotta do the slay the princess thing and extend extend your hand. Yeah, I saved. Don't worry. We saved. We're good. I'll save again too. That way we can overwrite one. Extend your hand. You extended your hand towards the darkness overrunning the mirror. The second your hand brushed against it, against the surface, the tips of your fingers sunk into it. And the next thing you realized, your whole world was sinking into darkness. You could hear a voice. I am the witch. Giselle. It's getting foggy. Looks like it might rain. Maybe we should take a little break. You want to keep going? Oh, all right then. This deep in the forest? Thank you very much. You must be tired after such a long journey. Yeah, this isn't door 3 yet. This isn't door 3. This is the mansion I'm looking for, yes? You could have said something. Oh well. I should get going, I guess. Does no one live here? But if that's the case, then why was I... We don't know who Giselle is. We don't know a Giselle. This is a new character. No, this is her first time appearing. Such a big door. Please open. It's not locked, I guess. I wonder if the windows open. Darn, not a hint of light. Hello? Is anyone there? Please don't tell me it's actually abandoned. I suppose I can't know without looking around a bit. What do we have here? Drapes? I see a little light beyond. It's so pretty. It looks like an angel. Why would someone cover this up? It's beautiful. With a little more light, it would be... Please don't touch the drapes. Or the windows. Michelle! I'm sorry for coming in uninvited, but I did announce myself. Is this your mansion? It is.
Thank goodness. I was afraid it was deserted.
Help me, no. Thank you for the head pats. Yeah, I won't say too much about Michelle and Giselle. I suspect you would have preferred it if the house were abandoned.
Oh, not at all. I would be scared to death staying in this dark mansion all by myself. I'm sorry. No ill will intended. But I do think it could use a little light. That way you could see where you were walking. And I'm sure this room would look splendid illuminated.
Not necessary. I do perfectly fine. I do perfectly well as things are.
How can you see when it's so dark?
I have an abundance of candles and oil for lamps. I'm not in want of any means of creating light. It is not your place to criticize my lifestyle. If you need light, you are free to leave. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town.
I am no longer to freely return to the city. I cannot go back there. Please, don't chase me out.
I see. And do you ask this of me, aware of how people refer to this mansion?
They say that a witch lives here.
Not merely a witch.
A cursed witch.
If you remain here, you too shall likely suffer your own destruction.
You're worried for my well-being? Witch or not, my mind is made up.
Which will strike you first, I wonder? Regret or the curse?
You seem to be doing just fine. It's only a tale.
The witch is real. Very much so. It's not a legend nor a fairy tale. The witch.
The witch's name was Morgana.
Is me. I don't know, Kane. Does he have red eyes? Do they have red eyes? They may. They may. Kane will remember this. What was that? Giselle.
Oh my, what is the matter, Master? Why are you just standing in place? There is nothing there.
The maid did not seem to have seen anything. You may to ask her about the scene you had just witnessed.
Master? You look like you've just seen a ghost. What is the matter? How about a little rest before we move on? You do not wish to remain here. Still not fond of mirrors? Yes, yes. Now let us be off. I too dearly wish for you to return to your old self as soon as possible, Master. If you desire to push onward, then I could hardly be happier. Now, follow me.
You followed the maid's lead, returning to the living room. From there, you climbed a set of stairs, your hands sliding through the dust that settled on the ebony railing. When you stepped out of the sight of the mirror, the maid returned to normal. You had been on the verge of remembering something, but were no longer in the position to be concerned about such things. For the chill in the air within the mansion seemed to have intensified. Standing at one end of a long corridor, you asked the maid,
"When was the mansion built?" I would imagine you would know more about that than me, Master. Yes, I know. You have not yet regained your memories. I was simply teasing you. I have been a servant of this house for many, many years, but the truth is, I do not know everything about it. All I know is that the mansion is cursed, and that it has brought upon misfortune upon its residents. Since times of old, I can make conjectures as to when it began, but I believe you should figure it out for yourself, Master. There is no guarantee my perspective is the correct one. Now, let us proceed.
You and the maid traveled down a dimly lit corridor. While the layout of the houses was the same as in the era of the flaxen-haired boy and of the beast, the bleak, colorless gloom felt incredibly dreary. On the wall, partway down the hallway, hung a painting. A painting which depicted a beautiful landscape was oddly enticing, but you did not have time to appreciate the artwork. Your hand in the maid's, you passed by the painting. Before long, a door came into sight at the end of the hall. Who knows? It's a mansion, it's a house, it's everything and anything.
This is the door I'd like to show you next, Master. Listen closely. Do you hear the voices? Lively but rough, energetic but coarse. What lies beyond this door is neither a period of elegance and abundance like the first, nor one of ruin and savagery like the second. Technology and culture had become quite developed. Cameras and photography had been invented. It was a time of great progress and many breakthroughs. And for that reason, those who lived in it were constantly seeking to try new things. The tale I'm about to tell you is one of a man who wagered everything on those ambitions. I hope that what you see, Master, will stir something in your heart. Now, through the door we go. Please, do not let go of my hand.
The maid pushed open the door. Colorful balls bounced atop a long, dark green table.
One man, dressed in black and standing by the billiards table, turned to look towards the door.
The room was inundated with an eye-watering cigar smoke, causing you to squint your eyes shut. And yes, we have reached Jacopo's era, the third door. 1869. Sorry, I'm taking just a little break to get my little snack. Yeah, it is an interesting era. It does. Okay, so this era, I do feel like it's kind of, to me, feels more like 1920s than it does 1860s. I do get both because it's industrial, like the Industrial Revolution kind of era. But it does definitely feel more swinging 20s than it does 1980s or 1890s, sorry. 1860, oh my god. The 1800s, yeah. Yeah, 1950s for proper noir, yeah. Thank you for the posture check. Owie. I stretched and that hurt. Swing for sure, yeah. This is also just a really cute song to like just chill on. Now this is the era I have no idea what voice I want to do. So we shall see. That era was a rat race of innovation and development. The smoke was so thick you could hardly see more than a few feet ahead of you. I could compare it to a dense morning fog. That might give the impression of beauty, and there's little of that to be found in that haze. Like, this is so noir. This is so like... So yeah, the voice I was thinking of doing, or at least my headcanon for Jacopo, who we will see shortly, is like the typical noir detective with a little bit of that new transatlantic accent, you know? Which is just a voice I can't do. Because that's just what this feels to me. Yes, they're probably still in Europe, so it's not America, but it feels like it's, yeah. They just do bestia, but smooth. Sure, I'll try. You'll see him and you'll immediately regret saying that again. He is not a smooth looking individual.
Do you see the silhouettes of several men in the smoky room? The one in the middle. The one looking in your direction, master, was the present master of the house.
He looks like a fucking dweeb. This is the voice I'm dreading, my Jacopo.
His name was Jacopo. And though he dressed in such fine attire, I sincerely doubt he understood how splendid the furnishings left in the mansion truly were. I am a faithful servant of this house, and I would not, for the life of me, dare speak ill of my master.
Oh yeah, he does have a very punchable face. He has a very punchable face.
However, this is a time long past. I imagine God would be so kind as to turn a blind eye to a little bit of honesty. I was not terribly fond of my master back then. He had wavy hair the color of over-dried tea leaves, a piercing gaze, an arrogant smile, and he wore a hat that made him look rather haughty. He put his trust only in money, renown, and rank. He loved only this iron and steel that had revolutionized many industries. He had not the slightest bit of love or care for other people. At the very least, that's what I believed at the time. Look around the room, master. Jacopo had remodeled it into a recreation area. A billiards table sat in the center of the room, and the downward-facing lights hanging from the ceiling were a special made. The lights shone upon the dark green stand like a stage. Cigars and bourbon lined glass cases installed in place of bookshelves. The cases were always fully stocked, their contents available to partake in readily. At that particular moment, as he had many times before, Jacopo had invited several friends and acquaintances, and they were entertaining themselves.
What did you remember, Kane? I could see that, yeah. If Lupin was a fraud, basically. Yeah. Oh, hold on. Sorry, 1 second. Someone just rang my doorbell. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's all good. Someone just delivering something to the wrong house. As per normal. Mm-hmm. Thank you for the welcome backs. I'm going to finish my little snack that I have here. And then this will allow me a couple more minutes to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do for his voice. Thank you for the hydrate. I will do so. Give me 2 seconds. Okay. His wealthy, high-ranking acquaintances had a variety of hair colors, from polished brass, the brown of a baby robin, to the color of sunburnt wheat. Isn't that just all shades of brown? Brown and like a little bit of red. What snacks do you have today? I had just a little bit of trail mix. So. Yeah. There were also much greater variations of skin tones compared to the visitors and residents of previous eras. But that was hardly any surprise, for the mansion sat upon a land inhabited largely by immigrants, the New World. So we're not in the EU now. So that was okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. Why I remember thinking he's like a transatlantic, New York kind of accent. And there's no way I'm doing a New York accent. I can tell you that right now. The outfit is very American coded. It is. What's the matter? What are you looking at? I'm giving him a Boston's accent in my head. Nothing. I just heard someone say my name. Ain't no one there unless you've seen a ghost. I don't believe in such nonsense. It's an old house with a long history. Wouldn't be surprised if it had a ghost or two. But if this place is gonna be haunted, I'd take a princess over a bloody broad any day. A princess, eh? And when she showed up, you'd have your way with this ghost lady, am I right? Color me impressed, son. You jumper bones, and she don't even got anything to jump to. I can't read. Come on, that's hardly fair. Not much you can even do with a ghost. My God, are you men or children? This is my house, and I'd rather you didn't talk about it like that.
just the blathering of a couple old drunks, and you didn't hear nothing. For the love of God. In any event, whatever happened to that printer you invested in? I haven't heard their name come up in some time. Can we avoid that topic? It's been quite the headache for me. I thought it'd pay off, but it's always sounded sketchy to me. I'd recommend you pull out unless you find yourself with nothing left but a nice, fat pile of debt. You could have mentioned that beforehand. Ugh, it's killing me. The men's deep voices resonated in the cloudy room. As they imbibed alcohol and puffed their cigars, they conversed mostly about business and money. Jacopo and the rest of the men were a breed known as investors. You might also call them tacticians. They survived on information attained by anyone else before anyone else, by making swift decisions and having foresight. Though instead of flesh and bone, their soldiers were made of ink and paper. To an outsider, this meeting might appear as a congregation of friends. In reality, they were observing one another, gathering information and anything else they could use to get ahead. So, aka, how to be a scumbag 101.
You don't win if you don't play dirty? I don't think that's 100% true. For some places, yeah, probably. I don't think it's 100% true. At times, money and information were exchanged directly. And when they are no longer of financial value to one another, the relationship would pop like a bubble and dissipate into nothing. But you know, Jacopo, you can't be sure this railroad you're so passionate about is gonna bear fruit neither. You don't even know if it'll get started. Oh, Marantz, thank you for stopping by. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We are into door number 3 now. Yes, just a cozy day. That's good. Yeah, we finished the blood and tears of door 2. So now we're in a very jazzy era. So and even if they do connect the tracks, will it really be in any shape for people to ride? It's a pipe dream, this transcontinental railroad of yours. Jacopo went silent, but I'm certain this is what was going through his head. You're a bunch of damned imbeciles if you can't see that the entire country's put their weight behind this endeavor. That's why you have so much This is why you have so much trouble making even a few thousand. At the time, a great railroad was being
built across the breadth of the continent. Construction was spearheaded by two large rail companies in competition for both prestige and a bigger share of this massive national enterprise. Oh, I forgot to turn that off. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Actually, hold on, guys. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna fix something and I will. Okay. Sorry about that. I wanted to fix something and I totally forgot. It's all good. We're back. I just wanted to change a setting. It was quick enough. Oh, hold on. Did I miss the... Yeah. The Union Pacific Railroad Company started building from the east, and the Central Pacific Railroad Company started from the west. But the government bond alone was not enough to finance the massive undertaking. By the way, there have been some less than pleasant rumors about workers dying on the job for the company you chose, Central Pacific. Ah, you mean how they're using explosives to pass through the mountains? Dania, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope I'm saying your name right. How are you? I hope you're having a good day. We are just getting to... Oh, I got it right! Yay! I'm doing good. Hope the game is going well. It is. We are just into door number 3 now, which is the tale of Yakpo. So I hope you are. I'm glad you're having a good day, and thank you so much for stopping by. Making quite a bang, are they? But if this gets to be much bigger a fix, they aren't going to be able to continue construction. You should have at least put your money in a more sure bet of the two, the Union Pacific. It'll cost you to hire replacement workers, and if they keep kicking the bucket, you're gonna have trouble finding more. My goodness. And here I thought you all had spines.
You think we're gonna run out of workers just because a few ate it? There's so many, we don't even know what to do with them all. There's not a chance that well dry up. And if by some chance it does, all we have to do is scoop up a ship full of... I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, Jacopo. Nope. You won't get anywhere in life if you spend your time worrying about a few measly laborers. This endeavor is backed by the entire nation. Their deaths are honorable to serve their country. I'm still not giving his words weight by giving them my voice, so. The biggest loss is not of the people's lives, but of time. The longer the project takes, the more money it costs and the less profit we make. What we seek is rapid progression. Even if the methods to obtain it are messy or deadly. The other men in the room chuckled uncomfortably at Jacopo's distasteful choice of words. Do you agree with his way of thinking, Master? Perhaps he does have a point. That great sacrifice is necessary to accomplish great things. And it is true that tragedy often lies in the shadow of splendor of times long past. Furthermore, the way people see the world changes with times, so I hesitate to criticize them too severely. Now, as I'm sure you have already picked up on, he was an investor who put his money into a railroad company. He also possessed several crude oil refineries, riding on the world's second wave of the industrial development. The mansion, too, bustled with life, in a way it never had before. Dozens of maids, including me, gardeners, chefs, sculptors, and artists. At times, we even had writers coming in and out of the house. There was rarely a moment of silence. However, I was not terribly fond of the hustle and bustle, personally. But please, do not get me wrong. I'm hardly opposed to the mansion being cheerful. It was just... how should I put it? The splendor of the time seemed superficial, heartless. It was as though no one was being rushed along. It was as though everyone was being rushed along by some unknown, invisible force. Part of it was, I expected, caused by the growing divide between those standing at the top and sitting at the bottom. Or perhaps the mansion was simply taking after its master. There's no time to waste. Everything is resting upon the success of this project. Whatever it takes, I will ensure it happens. I need more money, more power. Suddenly, a strained knock on the door stopped his train of thought. From beyond the doors came a woman's voice, gentle as a soft spring breeze. Pardon me, I've made some tea.
May I offer anyone a cup? And the door opened. In it stood a beautiful woman with pure white hair. It was indeed her. Are you surprised? Or did you anticipate her appearance? Though she was not the same age and dressed differently, the white-haired girl, whom you saw fall into the hands of misfortune in the era of roses and the heirs of the beast, was also present in this era of innovation. Furthermore, she was Jacopo's wife.
Tea? I don't recall asking for that. When were you asked to make it?
I wasn't. But I had these leaves with the most wonderful aroma, and I thought you might enjoy.
Shut your trap and know your place. What do you think we have all these maids for? Hey now. No need to treat your lady like that. She was just trying to be courteous. These are my personal affairs. Please keep your comments to yourself. His friends were unsure how to react, but ultimately, no one stepped up to stop Jacopo. They merely shrugged, tossed glances at one another. Jacopo stomped over to the white-haired girl. He then grabbed her by the arm and dragged her from the den. What the heck do you think you're doing? I've told you time and again to stay away from that room unless it's absolutely necessary.
I'm sorry, but I made tea and...
Shut up about the tea already! Do you think we're having tea parties in there like a bunch of prissy nobles?
I'm sorry.
If you really feel so bad, don't go in there in the first place. Get the hell back to your room.
I meant no harm. It's just, I'm your wife. I thought it'd be nice if I could do something.
Like I've told you before, that's not your job. Don't show yourself in front of the other men. I have nothing else to say to you. Got it? Now scram. Sakes alive. First them, now you. It's all driving me up the wall. What is it? I told you to get out of here.
Right, but,
What?
when will you spend time with me next? It's been some time since we last went out together. But we don't even have to go out. Just having dinner together would.
How many times are you gonna make me repeat myself, you worthless tramp? Are those ears only for show? Go back to your goddamn room.
My apologies. Looking utterly downtrodden, the white-haired girl made her departure. Such a piteous sight she was. He watched her go. Jacopo, as he watched her go, Jacopo merely snorted. Just thinking about the way he behaved angers me.
Yeah, I need to get a bonk emote. Specifically for Jacopo. I have little fondness of men who don't treat their spouses with respect.
So, as you can see, the white-haired girl was in hardly a joyous situation. She was devout to Jacopo and tried to do whatever she could for him, but he only brushed her aside. He did so in an insulting, deliberately harmful manner. They were far from picturesque partners. Do you wonder then, Master, why she married him? The answer to that question will come to light in time. For now, let us follow her.
Yeah, the music in this store carries the store, I think, a lot.
Looking down dejectedly at the undrunken tea, the white-haired girl walked alone down the corridor. Though its calming scent filled the air, there was no one around to have their heart warmed by it. Nor was there anyone to alleviate her loneliness. Despite being the master's wife, the maids who crossed her path in the halls said nary a word to her. As a matter of fact, oh dear, I beg your pardon, madam. It's fine. One even bumped into her, stifling a laugh as she trotted off. In all likelihood, she had done it intentionally. A poor white-haired girl who had fallen to the floor stared helplessly at the broken cups. The tea she had made for her husband was forming a stain on the carpet. The maid's behavior towards the mistress of the house was absolutely unacceptable. Nonetheless, it was commonplace.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed a part.
All because of the way Jacopo treated her. The more the man of the house acted cruel to her, the less weight her position as his wife held to the servants. Thank you for the head pats. Day in and day out, maids worked busily, offered little opportunity for leisure, so they would naturally have accumulated quite a bit of stress. And she became the target for them to let off some steam. Not directly, but through a more subdued kind of harassment from the shadows. She must have felt quite miserable. I imagine she would have been better off as one of the maids. On the surface and in front of others, they showed respect for her as Jacopo's bride, but behind closed doors, they very much acted the opposite. The disparity between the treatment she received around others, treatment she was supposed to receive at all times, and the way she was actually treated made the abuse that much worse. And furthermore, as you can see through the other doors, Master, she was a very reserved young woman. She could neither raise her voice in reprimand nor raise her hand in retaliation. I have to get this cleaned up. She extended her spindly fingers towards the shards of shattered porcelain. But even the broken cup seemed to have no concern to spare for her. Its shattered edges cut her fingertip when she made her way to pick it up. The trickle of warm red blood across her unearthly white skin. As painful a sight as it was it had sort of a taboo beauty to it. Blood spilling from her fingers showed no signs of slowing down. She clenched her hand into a fist, let out a sigh, and went back to collecting the shards of porcelain. But when she did... Thank you for the hydrate. Maria! Madam! What's the matter? Madam, you're bleeding. While the other maids ignored her, one came running over, shouting to the white-haired girl's side. You need to get that cleaned and bandaged up. Oh, you don't need to pick that up. That's not your job, madam. It's all right, Maria. There's not much to pick up. It is not all right. At all. Yeah, this is the first time Maria's appeared. And the rest of you, why are you just standing there? Your boss's wife is on her hands and knees, and you're not even lifting a finger to help her. You disgust me. Maria, it's fine, really. Oh, madam. If you weren't so timid, this wouldn't happen. You're allowed to yell at them, you know. It's all right, really. It's my fault. Anyway, we should get that finger taken care of. Let's get you back to your room, okay? But the broken cups and the spill. As I said, that's the maid's work. Now come on, let's go. Okay. And the rest of you, get this mess cleaned up. She roared like the wind in a thunderstorm. The other maids stood there dumbfounded, watching as she and the white-haired girl disappeared down the hall. But they were soon frowning and grumbling to one another. She thinks she can act all high and mighty just because the master is fond of her. The woman's name was Maria. She was one of the maids. And she was the one person in the mansion the white-haired girl could think of as an ally. Though her husband paid her no mind and the maids made her life miserable, just one person, Maria, treated her with respect and kindness. And I'm sure you can readily imagine how much of a lifesaver that was for her. I, too, found myself somewhat relieved that Maria was still there for her. Being a servant of this house, I was also one of the maids working at the time. I think we did 6 hours yesterday. I think we did 6 hours both days, technically, or just under 6 hours both days. So yeah. I'm also surprised my voice is still here.
But that is why I drink lots of water and lots of tea during these things, so 5 and 6.5 roughly. Fair enough. That's why every once in a while I do take a little break to get some water and some tea, which might be coming up here soon. Maybe in about a half hour. I'll go make some tea. I'm just enjoying the music right now. However, I was unable to involve myself to any great degree with her fate. Oh no, wait, I forgot you did an extra hour, so 6 and 6.5. Yeah. And I mean, we're already going on 3 hours now. And it's okay. Halfway, yep, we're halfway today. I think we're about halfway through the story, I think. Relatively. I know the last little bit is a lot longer, but we're about halfway. And we're only just in door 3. To be fair, I did look it up. The playtime of this game is approximately 30 hours. Approximately. So I think we're doing okay. Well, okay. That would be spoilers, yes. This meant there was little I could do to assist her, even in times of pain or unpleasantness. The best we could do was pray that Maria could continue to lend the white-haired girl her hand. And that does it. Thank you, Maria. You're always such a big help. Oh no, no need to thank me. I just did what any good maid should do. No one else is in the room, you know? Oh, right. Then I can drop the act. Man, I just can't get used to talking all stuffy. I'm out there doing my best, but the head maid's still spouting stuff like, "Your manner of speaking is improper for a servant." Every single time we meet. Yeesh, come on, just shove it, would ya? You're a damn creep. No, you mustn't speak of her like that. Sorry, slip of the tongue. She just kind of gives me the willies, you know? Speaking of, you dropped the stuffy talk too, madam. Kind of awkward if I'm the only one acting casual, you know? This is normal for me. If I attempted to talk like you, I'd freeze up out of nervousness. This is my casual. Fair enough. Guess that's what happens when you're raised well. I like it though. Has very regal feel about it. I don't think my upbringing was the only factor. But you know, upbringing is important. Worth a whole lot more than money, I'd say. I suppose. Thank you, Maria. You're always so compassionate. You betcha. They don't call me the Virgin Mary for nothing. I practically bleed compassion. You know, that might be true. You very well could be the reincarnation of the Mother of God. No, 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 you were supposed to laugh at that. It's just embarrassing if you take it seriously. Alone in the white-haired girl's room, Maria was acting much more friendly and relaxed as they conversed, opposed to her no-nonsense attitude in the hallway. The two women were, as you can see, quite close. They had crossed over the wall separating master from servant and built a bond of friendship. And at some point, they began to speak frankly with one another when no one else was around. Maria was the only person in the mansion around whom the white-haired girl felt comfortable being open. I imagine she very much enjoyed these moments of conversation. You wish to know who the head maid was? My. Are you sure you want to ask me that, master? Some questions are better left unasked, for your own good. I have to say, madam, you have the prettiest fingers. Mine are all rough and dry and nasty. You think so? Mine haven't the slightest bit of muscle. They're just about as frail as dead branches. Oh, who needs beefy mitts anyway? I still think healthy-looking hands like yours are far more attractive. What? What's to like about these things? Women all over the world dream of having hands like yours. Slender, feminine, and perfectly cared for. I don't know. Just looking at him lights a fire in my loins. Makes me wanna... Oh. I don't know if I want to say that, Maria. I don't know if I want to say that. Maria really does just say some out-of-pocket shit, doesn't she? No. Okay, hold on. Let me compose myself. Slender, feminine, and perfectly cared for. I don't know. Just looking at him makes me like it's a fire in my loins. Makes me want to lick every last one of them. Actually, say, can I lick them? Oh no! Oh no! That's so much worse, Maria. How did it get worse? Put her in a horny jail. Okay, I gotta compose myself again. I was not prepared for that, Maria. God damn it. I forgot this. I forgot this whole interaction. Actually, say, can I lick them? Can I run my tongue up and down all 10 of those sweet little digits? Come on, can I? What'd you say? Stop that, Maria. Seriously. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh, Maria.
Ah, right. How did those tea leaves turn out, madam? The ones you imported. All the maids just adore it. They can't get enough of that aroma. I'd sure like to get a taste of it. If you, end up with extra, could you spare me? Do you think you could just spare me a sip? Tea? That was, what was in the cups I dropped? What? Really? Well, ain't that a crying shame? And Jacopo wouldn't even have any of it? God, does that man have why does that man have such a stick up his ass? You went through all the trouble of making it for him and he was busy. It's not his fault. Busy? You mean playing billiards, drinking bourbon, and puffing a damn cigar? It may look to us like they're just making small talk, but I'm certain their meeting was of importance to their business. It was imprudent of me to try and step into a man's world. That's just not right. I mean, you're his wife. Why shouldn't you be allowed to allowed in that room? It doesn't bother me. You don't have to pretend. Here's an idea. How would you like some of that tea now? We also have some orange marmalade. Would you like so much? Add a scoop of that and a tray of cookies, and we have a perfect tea time. You're singing the siren song, madam. You really should be doing that with him. He wouldn't have tea. I suspect he doesn't like it. I don't want to go to waste, so... Madam, I know it's none of my business, and I have no place saying this, but it's not impossible for a woman to file divorce these days. You don't have to sit down and take it. Not one bit. You're pretty, well-educated, and still young. There's hope, even if you do leave him. There are plenty of other men out there. You aren't obligated to stick with this arrogant jerk. He's just very busy right now. There you go again. There was a time when he was kind. It wasn't like this when we first met. Back then, he was just a little awkward, but a kind man. Him? A kind man? Yes, believe it or not. There was indeed a time... Say, Maria, would you mind giving me a little bit more of your time? I'd like to make some tea and we can talk. All right. If you're telling me about when Jacopo was decent, I'm all ears. Indeed. Oh, this is such a pretty frame. Yeah, this is my second playthrough. I love this story, so. The entire game story, so I wanted to play it. So, yeah, this is a second playthrough. It's such a pretty frame. It's always good to go back and reread these things every once in a while. You find little pieces that you missed or maybe don't remember. It's really fun. As I'm sure you're aware, our parents arranged our marriage. Before I immigrated to this country to be married, I lived in a misty island nation. Portraits of my ancestors hung in the house where I lived. I remember as a child wincing in fear at the sight of them staring down at me. My mother and father were constantly telling me to show them respect, and as it was their hard work that kept our bloodline alive and well. However, they were fighting an uphill battle to do the same. It would have been clear to anyone reasonably perceptive that our house was tumbling down. Valuable furniture and paintings slowly disappeared. Eventually, the portraits were gone too. As our house collapsed, so too did my parents' health deteriorate, robbing us of any source of income. And though I was educated, I lacked the skills necessary to attain work. Just as we were about to run out of money and options, my parents received Jacopo's marriage proposal. Both of our families stood to benefit from the arrangement. I had social status and he had wealth. We each had what the other lacked. One needs more than money to make it in the world. Without at least a semi-reputable name attached to you, you're liable to get laughed out of most social gatherings. I first met Jacopo here, in this country. We didn't even know what the other looked like until our wedding day. To be quite honest, I was scared to death at first. I was so nervous what kind of man he would be. Was I to wed some middle-aged stranger? We were not marrying because we had fallen in love like a normal couple. I knew I was in no position to be concerned with such things. But when I thought about our future, I shook in fear. But the man I saw through my veil at the wedding was remarkable. He was young, had strong, masculine eyes, and at the same time, he too appeared nervous. He was shaking so much. He was shaking as much, no, even more than me. Seeing that, the priest gave an impish little smirk when he asked Jacopo if he vowed his eternal love to me. I counted myself among the happy. And still do. For in that moment, I experienced true love. I wanted to hear about when he was kind to me. Well, after the wedding, we were given a week to ourselves. I suppose you could call it a honeymoon, though we didn't take a trip overseas, or even go very far at all. He looked at me with uncertainty and asked, "Where would you like to go?" I beg your pardon? That's what this week is for, right? I'll consider granting your request. So tell me where you want to go. This is all so sudden. Nothing? Well, this whole engagement was spur of the moment. Normally, we would have planned a trip in advance. But unfortunately, our purpose is served so long as we act the part. You must be disappointed that you have to plan your honeymoon as it's happening. No. What? Speak clearly. I don't like it when people don't speak their mind. I'm sorry, but I'm happy. even if this is a political marriage.
Well, you're quite the positive thinker.
Your parents say something
to make you think that way? Well, either way, if you're glad to be in this arrangement, then hurry up and decide on a destination. Though, there is a limit on how far we can go. If you want to take a trip, I'll consider it. What? Is something funny?
It just seems comical to me that our honeymoon has begun and we're only now just deciding where we want to go.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Not in a bad way, though. I'm glad our parents didn't arrange everything for us. Perhaps you've heard, but I'm quite sensitive to sunlight and not in the best of health. So it'd be rather trying of me to spend a whole week out of the house. We couldn't go on a trip, but, if it's not too much trouble.
Speak up.
Could you show me around town? I'm new to this country and unfamiliar with its customs. And I'm rather afraid to go wandering about on my own.
Show you around?
Yes. Would that be possible?
On a rare bit of time off, you ask me to show you around town. Is that really the most exciting idea you have?
I'm sorry. If, there's somewhere you'd like to go, I'm fine with that. I will accompany you anywhere.
As if I could drag someone who just professed to being sickly all over the country. My God, I've lost all interest in a trip.
And this is him being nice. Supposedly.
I want to murder him. When does the nice happen? Yeah, it has. Yeah. So. Hello, what are you doing? Go get ready, now.
I beg your pardon?
Didn't you want to see the town?
You'll show me around.
You're the one who asked. Not like I have any other options, so yeah, I'll show you around.
Thank you.
Don't just stand there, you dullard. Get a move on.
One moment. Wait for me, please.
He hurriedly climbed into the carriage he had called for, a look of frustrated displeasure on his face. And then, as if he had forgotten about me until that moment, he returned, grabbed me by the arm, and led me to the carriage. In retrospect, I realized he wasn't being very gentlemanly. But I was pleased that he was making an attempt to interact with me at all. You are too nice, my girl. You are too nice. As the carriage trotted down the street, I saw so many new things. I spent most of my time cooped up inside at home, so it's like stepping out into an entirely new world. I cast testicular torsion on Jacopo. And add to that the rapid industrial
advancement currently taking place? I saw men shouting back and forth as they smacked newspaper articles with the back of their hands. I saw corner cafes crowded with cigar-smoking men on a break from work. It was just like the hustle and bustle of a festival. But every festival has an underside. I also saw overworked men, looking like they were on the verge of collapse, drinking water from a spigot on the side of the road. By way of contrast, I wore fine clothes and had a carriage at my disposal. I imagine every day was a struggle for them just to remain afloat. Had I not married the man I had, I too may have found myself on the street in a similar situation. But it was not relief that spread through my breast at the sight of them. It was pangs of guilt. It felt to me like a life of opulence was wrong, sinful. It broke my heart to know I was living so much better than them. Jacopo snorted disapprovingly at me, seemingly reading my mind, and then said, "The poor man envies the rich, covets his wealth, and then finds ambition to make the same of for himself. The rich man who pities the poor, thinking it's his duty to give them offerings of philanthropy. To me, the latter is far more nefarious. Excessive charity will ruin a man. Make him come to expect handouts. But then there are those with the wrong idea of pity, who let themselves fall to the same place, mistakenly believing it will somehow make the poor feel better. What a joke. If you're going to do anything for them, you might as well encourage them to climb upward. Spur on the economy's growth and flow of capital. Doesn't that sound like a much better option?" I say nothing, simply smiling and giving an ambiguous nod. He had a point. My sympathy and guilt meant nothing to the people actually experiencing hardship. If, feeling guilty for my own fortune, I acted upon that pity in a way he had described, it would accomplish little more than self-satisfaction. He seemed to have seen straight through my very core. This was a man who had built his own fortune through investment, and which I imagine required him to be rather astute. But doesn't a world where everyone is constantly climbing higher and higher sound rather exhausting? I personally prefer to be in a position where I could watch, if only from a distance, as others climbed. But obviously, I could not say as much to him. Sometime later, the carriage stopped in front of a shop. I looked at the building, perplexed. He gestured to the door with his chin, signaling for me to get out. Lost and confused, I stepped down from the carriage, and before me spread a showcase behind a large window. However, lined up in the case was not precious metals or expensive clothing, but machines. At first, I had no idea what kind of device they were. Have you never had your photo taken before? No, I have a portrait painted though. Are these machines for taking photographs? Portrait, eh? Why am I not surprised? I didn't mean to boast. Go on, get in. Please, wait for me. The owner came out to greet us with a wide smile as we entered the shop. Well, if this isn't the strangest thing I've seen all day. You bringing a lady?
And a real looker, too. Where on earth did you catch this pretty little thing? She's my wife. Huh. Well, I beg your pardon. I'll be a monkey's uncle. Just goes to show you never know where the cards may fall. You make it sound like my getting married is some kind of miracle. I always saw you as one to choose money over love, sir. Oh, pardon me. This is inappropriate to say in front of your wife. You often come to the shop? On occasion. I need some things here from time to time. I see. There you go, smirking again. What's so funny?
We're going to have our photo taken, yes? I'm so nervous and excited. I've never had one before. And to have it taken side by side with you.
What are you talking about?
Pardon?
Who said we're getting our pictures taken? And side by side? Please. You're sending shivers down my spine.
But this is a photography shop.
Hey, shopkeep. The product I contacted you about. Is it ready? Yep. Sit tight. I'll be right back. You take a seat. There's a chair over there.
What?
I'm going to show you something much more exciting than sitting still and waiting in front of a camera lens.
Oh.
Just do as I say.
Okay.
I sat down in front of a large mirror, which I presume was normally used to check your appearance before having your photo taken. Sitting before a mirror with someone else present is quite nerve-wracking. Out of embarrassment, I dropped my gaze to my knees. But when Jacopo returned, I was entranced by the curious object in his hands. What is this? Do you know what persistence of vision is? I know his hat looks kind of too small in this photo, but it's fine. The dumb hat anyway. It's a dumb fucking hat anyway. I want to knock it off his... I think it's just because it's Jacopo. I just want to punch him. The human eye does not perceive the world 100% accurately. This is especially true for objects in motion. I hate this man. I hate. Yeah, it's a rotoscope, I think, or similar. It remembers images for a short time, so if you put a new image in the same place, your eyes perceive it as motion. Seeing for yourself will be faster than explaining. You see the slit in the discs? Look through the bottom one look through the bottom one and into the mirror.
Okay.
Good, just like that. Bring your head in close. Here goes. Standing behind me, he slid his fingers across the top of the peculiar toy, causing it to spin gracefully. And then... So, what do you see?
They're dancing. A man and a woman are dancing.
Sounds like you're not having any trouble seeing it. Are they dancing well?
Yes. Yes, they are. It's the most adorable thing.
What? Adorable? That's funny. I asked to have it modeled after a ballroom dance.
Yes. It's a very elegant dance. But you see, they're small. Like little dwarves. Which I thought was kind of cute. They seem so close. Going around and around without ever letting go of each other's hands. This is incredible. Why does it look like they're dancing? They were all lined up in a row a few moments ago.
Goodness, I just explained that to you. It's playing a trick on your eyes. What you're seeing is lots of different pictures in a short period of time. To put it into words you might understand better, it's an illusion. Your eyes are being fooled into thinking the image is moving.
An illusion? But they're dancing. They really are. And they look like they're having a wonderful time. Are you sure that's an illusion and not something else? To me, it doesn't seem to be. I cannot see it as anything but two tiny people dancing.
That's how it works. Reach out your hand and try to grab them. You won't be able to.
Ah, you're right. That's a shame.
I didn't think you actually would.
But it's the most precious thing. They look as though they're dancing atop my palm.
Jacopo deserves to be humbled slightly. I don't mind it. Jacopo needs to be humbled. At least this version of Jacopo needs to be fucking humbled. I guess you have permission, chat. Yeah, he sounds like he would stop you from going to a job interview so he could take your position. You know? He'd slash your tires to stop you from getting to a job interview just so he could do it. He's a petty son of a, you know? That is literally him. Yeah, or yeah, if you did get the job, he'd plant something to get you arrested. Yeah.
I was mesmerized by the strange phenomenon. The pictures were moving after all. Still, images began dancing before me. It was almost as if God had breathed life into them. He called it an illusion, but I couldn't grasp that. It's such an adorable, heartwarming sight. I imagined the two were living off in some other world, separate from our own. They looked so happy. I was almost certain that they were off dancing in their own joyous world. Free from all the sorrow and loneliness and pain of this one. Eventually, the speed at which the dance began to slow, as if they were resting their legs. I almost thought I could hear the sounds of their feet with each step. They've stopped. They can dance forever.
They don't get tired.
I see. I'm amazed that such an incredible device exists in this world. Makes me wish I had gone outside sooner.
I'm sure someone from a distinguished house, distinguished as a house as yours, has seen plenty of amazing things with your family.
Hardly. I rarely ever left the house. I'm ignorant about the ways of the world. You had not told me, I probably would have never known about moving pictures. The illusion of moving pictures.
Do you like it?
Yes, of course.
More than the portrait you had painted?
Yes. Yes, I do. Painting was wonderful too, but...
You can't seem to make up your mind. Go on, tell me. Which do you like better? Portrait or this?
I like this better.
I see. He looks somewhat pleased. Though, when it comes down to it, this is a simple trick only a child would fall for.
Then I suppose that makes me a child. If it means I get to watch something as splendid as two tiny people dancing, I'll happily fall for the trick.
Quit describing it as two tiny people dancing. You're going to lose your head that far up in the clouds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how else to describe it though.
It's a toy called... Oh god. Yep. Now I gotta try and say it. Fuck. The scope. Think I know how to say it? You can do it? Oh no. It's not that bad. Oh god, Phonictistical? I don't know. Yeah, it sounds wrong. Wait, no, what you said Tyler sounds wrong, but then also Tyler sounds right. It sounds German. Oh, then Kane, you should know. You should know, Kane. It doesn't sound German to me, though. Hold on, I'm finding a video. Oh, that sounds way worse. Oh, that does not sound correct. I'm so glad everyone else is confused by this word. Phenecticoscope. Sure. Phenectope? Phenecistocope. I don't know. Yep, that's me. Wheel. Wheel. What I said is right. Penis kiss to cope. Sure. Wheel. Close enough. It was rented around 30 years ago. I had the shopkeep make one modeled after the original design. Oh, no, turn to game. What, scope and cope? You just put the S not with the scope, and you put it with what comes before scope. Just depends on where you break the word up. Yeah.
So the shop owner drew this.
He did. A lot better than you'd expect, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. I am surprised he could draw something so cute.
English is hard, everyone. That's the consensus we can come to. English is hard. Say that to his face and he'll go as red as a beet. What I'd give to get a load of that. You should tell him next time you see him.
He's a sweet man.
Despite how he looks, you mean?
It's just not right to judge people based on their appearance.
I'm just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. The shopkeep here loves new technology. Phenecistoscope is one such invention that caught his eye. You can trick the eye into thinking drawings are moving. Using a sequence of photos, you can perhaps make it seem as though real people are moving too. And if it becomes possible to show images of to many people at once, the developments could broaden the options for artists to have to express themselves.
Not drawings, but photographs?
He's talking about motion pictures, movies, but he's way ahead of his time. He's far too ahead of his time. Yeah, they were technically like the first animations, but he's talking about taking photos. Yeah, he's talking more about like actual photos. Seems like witchcraft to me. What kind of movie would Jacopo? Oh, What's that? There's actually a really old early picture that like terrified people when they were first putting it out into the world. I'm trying to remember if it was just called The Train, but it was just a video or collection of photographs put together. Apparently the first motion picture was in 1888 though. Yeah, so he's still 20 years ahead of his time. This is 1868 or 1869. Funny number. But there was a first picture that was put out that was literally just a train pulling into a station. But apparently when they showed it, people actually freaked out thinking there was a train coming through the wall. And was gonna run them over, essentially. Can't remember if it was called The Train or The Station. Something like that. Could be. The arrival of a train? Yeah. Think so. That could be it. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 50-second short film. Yeah. Well, because it's... Yeah. There we go. 1896. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, photographs. By taking hundreds, perhaps thousands of photographs, it would be possible to reproduce the world as we see it. This room, people walking on the street. There's no point in recording boring everyday life, though. You're gonna leave a record of anything behind. It should be the projects and enterprises that move nations. Say, for example, a moving record of the opening ceremony of the railroad. What film did I just tell you all about? Yeah. You know that every time, Maeve. Witchcraft. I don't know, something about Thomas the Tank Engine. First ham sandwiches, now this. Okay, the ham sandwiches was really, I forgot that Pauline was all about ham sandwiches. I legitimately forgot. Okay, once we get through the scene, I'm gonna take a quick break, make some tea, and then we'll keep going. So after the scene finishes. And then, in time, it would expand beyond mere record-keeping technology and find its ways into the hands of artists. Is such a thing possible? You must remain still for so long just to take a single photograph. Right now it isn't, but eventually it will be. And I'm not simply fantasizing here. Is that so? It sounds very futuristic. Do you... What? Do you want to support people who work on that sort of thing? Is that why you're friends with the owner? It has nothing to do with my wants. I merely think there's money in it. The rich starve for entertainment, and artists create that entertainment. I have no interest in their pretentious self-expression. I just want their money. What? What's so funny? You look like you're enjoying yourself. Honestly, it's just about the money.
As you say.
All right, then, let's get moving. Next is dinner.
Wait, we're leaving already?
Does that displease you?
No, not at all.
To tell the truth, I wanted to spend a little more time playing with the finessed wheel. But I couldn't bring myself to say much more. Reluctantly, I approached the owner to return the wheel. Don't bother. Bring it with you.
What? But...
If you don't want it, that's fine, too. Just make your decision quickly. You're making the driver wait. Having said that, Jacopo exited the shop. I alternated between looking at his back and the wheel, debating what I wanted to do. And then, with a smile, the owner whispered to me, "You're allowed to keep it, really. Your husband out there had it made for you as a gift."
For me?
A little while back, he came to my shop asking if I could make the thing. Now that about knocked me out my chair. He's a man who almost never asks for favors. What? Why sorry? Why sorry? Oh, okay. He's pretty damn... Sorry about that, guys. Didn't mean to cough. Thank you for the hydrates.
Huh?
Yeah, there's no cooldown. I just ask you guys to be respectful. And you have been, so it's all good. Oh, no. And he's got a sharp tongue. Sharp enough to cut steel. But not... He's not wicked to his core, I swear it. Oh my god. So please, ma'am, be a pillar of support for him.
In that moment, the wheel became a precious treasure to me. We had only just married a days earlier. And yet, he had commissioned it for me without even knowing what I looked like. It was filled with a warm, pleasant elation. I agreed with the owner, Jacopo was not a bad man. He merely had difficulty expressing himself. Hurrying back to the carriage, I gave him my deepest thanks. He glanced over at me for a moment and then turned back towards the window and he muttered, "Yeah." From there, we went to a restaurant for dinner.
You call this a pizza? The crust is an atrocity. It's like chewing on rubber. How can you wave my Oh, he is Italian. Oh, no, it really is a New York accent that I should be doing. No, it is an Italian. Oh. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. I forgot it was actually an Italian accent. How can you wave my country's flag and not serve spaghetti? Do you have any shame at all? This wine is pitifully unbalanced. Far too high levels of acidity. Listen to me carefully. The house wine is the face of a restaurant.
He complained about every little thing. It was a complete disaster. But curiously enough, I was not at all put off by his behavior.
You should have been.
When the sun set, the carriage made its way to a nearby hill. The cool nighttime breeze felt wonderful against my skin, flushed from the alcohol, and the light from the gas lamps had a comforting warmth to it. Though Jacopo had complained about the quality of the wine, once he had intoxicated himself, his mood improved visibly. It made him unexpectedly talkative.
Look at the city. A gloomy town that shuts down at night isn't suited to expansion or growth. But this city isn't like that. You can see people walking beneath the lamps. You can hear the bustling of them talking. This is a city that still has plenty of room to grow. As they ride the rising waves of the economy, many, many more people will gather here. More people means more money in circulation. More money in circulation means the city grows. Companies are founded and goods are brought and sold.
Will it really change so drastically?
It can be difficult to see what's happening from the inside. The majority of people just go about their daily lives, and the next thing they know, things are different. No, I'd wager most don't notice the changes at all. Only those with eyes sharp enough to realize what's happening can seize success. I cannot afford to overlook even the most minute change.
Do you have a dream of some kind?
A dream? I'm not sure if it's easy enough to attain to call it a goal, a dream. Others might call it greed, or perhaps ambition. Don't laugh now. My intention is to make the world mine.
The world?
Yes, the world. And to do that, you need neither physical strength nor kindness, but money and influence. People have no choice but to kneel before those forces. I want to smack him. Yeah.
Why are you so intent on obtaining power?
Because I want to change my country, I imagine.
Your country?
You are aware that, like you, I am an immigrant, right? I'm immigrated from an island in the Mediterranean. Though not the same island as you. My country is a peculiar place, where candor and violence go hand in hand. As a whole, the country is on the poorer side. And if nobody does anything about that, I am one but few of my fellow countrymen who has set his sights on the New World. They are falling far behind other nations. If I can find success here, and perhaps that'll catch their attention. But if it doesn't, then my country is doomed to collapse.
You have much love for your homeland.
My feelings are a bit more complicated than mere love. But that's nothing you need to concern yourself with. An island in the Mediterranean. Does he have any idea how little that narrows it down? Yeah. Well, I'll have to remember not to get myself drunk around a woman again. Forget everything I just said. It's about time we head back to the house.
All right.
What is it?
Is it all right if I provide you encouragement as you try to attain your dream? I know my presence is likely more of a hindrance, but I would like to be there to watch as you trek forward.
I suppose. Do as you wish.
Thank you. You have my support then. Darling?
Send shiver down my spine. Though not an unpleasant one. I'm glad to have you as my partner.
I was, without a doubt, happy then. His smile, things he said, the wheel he gave me, they are all undeniably real. Those memories gave me the will to wait. For the day things go back to the way they were, they allowed me to believe.
Okay. Oh, we don't have any music. God dang it. I was gonna say, leave it here, but we don't have any music. Yeah. I was gonna go take a quick break to go make some tea, but I will be right back. There is no music, but you guys can just hang out for a little while. I will not be calling it that, but sure. Yeah, you can finally riot. You can go find those pitchforks you've been waiting for. I will be back shortly.
Alrighty, we are back. Sorry that took a little bit longer than expected. Welcome in, Marky. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling okay. Hope you're resting, if you can. I have myself a little bit of lemon ginger tea. We'll see if that maybe helps my voice a little bit. Welcome back, Tyler. Okay. So, we saw one very wholesome moment. But we'll see if Jacopo can redeem himself. We'll see, we'll see. As long as that word doesn't come back, we're all okay. Is this something that actually happened to another maid? She heard a sound in the middle of the night. I feel good. I'm good. Sound like dripping water. The command didn't work? Which command? Oh, yeah, we don't actually have a riot command. All good. At first, she thought it was raining. So she looked through the window, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky to cover the stars. Maybe it's a faucet, she thought. So she stepped out of her room and into the corridor. Compared to her room, it was unearthly chilly. Maid regretted not bringing something to cover herself with. But that didn't make any sense. Normally, the temperature wasn't that much colder outside her room. Her night clothes have always been more than enough for a trip to the lavatory. Wondering what the reason could be, she made her way towards the sound. But then, she realized something. There were no faucets in the direction she was going. Rather, she was headed toward a hall. The mansion she served had many halls, but this one was off the far corner of the house, the least used hall of them all. It had a high roof, but not a lot of space, so it was difficult to make good use of. It also had a somewhat heavier air to it, a very curious room. It was the kind of place you might assign someone to clean as part of their hazing. Anyway, when the maid realized the sound was coming from that particular hall, as you might expect, she let out an uncomfortable sigh. But there might be a leak, and having noticed, she couldn't simply ignore it, you know? So, as much as she hesitated, she pushed open the doors to the hall. There was nobody there, and it didn't look like there was anything leaking either. There were no puddles or water stains anywhere to be found. But she could still hear the sound. Drip, drip, getting louder and louder. Slowly stepping further into the room, looking left, then right, then left again, she searched for the source of the sound, coming to a stop in the center of the hall. She stood there still, quiet, and then chilly spot at the nape of her neck. With a little yelp, she reached back to feel her neck. but it wasn't wet. Confused, she slowly, warily tilted her head backward. And there hung a bloody skeleton from the ceiling.
That's rich. Amazing. Oh my god, you scream like a little girl. Maria, you little... My god, are you men or children? This is my house, and I'd rather you didn't talk about it like that. Whose words were those again? Shut your mouth. How do you know about that? Are you eavesdropping? And another thing, I do not care for this sort of stupid, fantastical tales you women love to pass around. Because they scare you? You never have been able to handle anything scary, Jacopo. Whoa. Don't glare at me like that. You're gonna destroy my sides. So, did you come here for the sole purpose of telling me that cheap tripe? Acting tough after the fact you just makes you look twice as much of a wuss. Well, I mean, I did make up a good half of it. But the maid really did hear a sound in the middle of the night. And it came from the back hall in this very mansion. Did you know? They say it used to be a chapel. Again, I have no interest in you women's little ghost stories. Is that so? Sure you're not just scared? Maria! Well, that said, the rumors aren't completely unfounded. This is a pretty old mansion. It had a lot of work done on it. Kind of feels like it's barely holding itself together. Like a big old quilt with pieces from all different time periods. The back hall was one of the oldest patches. There's a huge window at the far end, and supposedly, there used to be stained glass in it. It was a depiction of an archangel, they say. Such a shame. I wonder when it broke. If it were still there, I bet it'd be worth a fortune. I find that hard to believe. First of all, why would anyone put a chapel inside a mansion? You've got a point, I guess. Now, how about you do some actual work instead of distracting yourself with all this nonsense? I do work, but the other maids can be a bit nasty, you know? Dealing with other women is like walking on glass. Am I to blame for that? What if I said you were? Don't give me that look. You're just not fond of me. Simple as that. Nothing you can do about it. Is that so? Oh, yeah. I was talking to the madam, and she was telling me you used to be quite the gentleman. Were you perhaps
actually in love back then? You sure don't act like it, so it's easy to miss. But I guess you're not made entirely out of steel. Just like you when you were younger, you're still... Don't speak of that. The past isn't worth remembering. It is unnecessary. So to you, the past exists just to be cast aside. Nah, that's not important. You don't want me to talk about it, I won't talk about it. But your wife... Never mind. I'll leave you be. I have to get back to work soon. And I'll be staring down the head maid's Arctic smile. Alright. If the fancy strikes me, I'll drop by and we can trade more ghost stories. Maria. What? No ghost stories?
No, not that. I've not forgotten those days. But, no, it's...
I'll be off then.
All right. If the fancy strikes you, drop by and we can trade something other than ghost stories.
What'd I tell ya? I'll consider it. Goodbye.
God damn it. Can't escape anything. Oh no, the not happy music is back.
They've grown to be so beautiful. Such a wonderful fragrance. Scent of roses is so calming. Wonder why that is. Would it cause any trouble if I picked one? Well, hello there. Out for a midnight stroll, are you? Quite a peculiar hobby. Madam? I cannot spend as much time as I'd like outside during the day, so I end up coming out at night. I apologize if I startled you. Oh, no, not at all. There's a chilling, captivating beauty to the sight of your snow-white form standing in the moonlit garden. I would hardly... What are you doing out so late? I saw a figure through the window. On the slight chance it might be a burglar, I thought it my responsibility to ensure they did not break in. It was also the middle of the night when the grocer's servant broke into their safe. News of that spread quite far. I'm sure you've heard about it. Oh, but the...
Oh, I don't remember how to pronounce this word. Gemma was imprisoned some time ago.
Dear me, I cannot seem to get my head out of the past. Do you intend to give that white rose to someone? Yes.
Yeah, so that line was from, yeah, she said it before. Do you remember where? It was in when the white hair girl first, yeah, hold on, I can get when we talked like this originally. So this line, it was also in the middle of the night when the grocer's servant broke into their safe, was originally in the flaxen-haired boy's route when the maid also met the white-haired girl in the garden at night. Same time. So that's why she's saying she's stuck in the past, is she's literally repeating it from then. As the same events are happening again. The white-haired girl is back with the white rose. Yes, I was thinking about giving it to my husband. While I expect he has little fondness of such feminine tastes, the flower has truly a calming effect. Ooh, okay. Thank you, Kane. I wasn't sure which would be more appropriate in this instance, but thank you. I do not know German, like apparently a few of you do. Is to wing it with confidence. In English, they're just spoken as read sometimes. Yeah, that's fair. He might find it relaxing when he needs a reprieve from work. Oh, is that so? You're very kind-hearted. Speaking of white roses, the rose he meant to give you was the same shade of white. Oh? But when you touched it, it turned a deep shade of red. Yeah, here it is. There's the flashback to when. There was but a single white rose in the garden, so he was unable to give it to you as he had wished. In its place, he had a decorative rose fashioned for you. What exactly are you referring to? Oh dear, do you not remember? Then, am I to assume you have forgotten what happened to the rose accessory as well? He was unable to give it to you either. But that time, because you rejected the gift. I'm not criticizing you for that decision, of course. You had a perfectly good reason for not accepting it. Heartbroken from having lost you, he buried the rose in the garden. Over the years, the roses in the garden withered away, and in its place grew thick, unsightly nest of weeds. Many, many years later, that accessory was dug up by a beast. And curiously enough, had not a speck of rust on it. A beast? You don't remember him either? A foreign man who, through his interactions with you, almost regained his humanity. I'm sorry. I have no idea what you speak of. The only gift I have ever received from a man is my wheel,
And furthermore, I've only lived in this mansion for a year. While the garden was not as thriving as it is now, it certainly was not in ruins when I arrived. Because I had been taking care of it, yes. But for whatever reason, by my hands alone, I was unable to make it into anything quite as splendid as it is now. Once you arrived and began to work on it, however, just look around. You have restored it to its former glory, to the magnificence of the flaxen-haired family's time. I promise I'm not trying to fault you for anything. Now that I think about it, it makes sense you would not remember. Though you are still you are different from before. Different, though in a sense, you are wholly a distinct person. Tell me, is your name again? My name is, yes, but you should have already known that. Again? More proof that you are indeed you. Did you know that your current name is pronounced the same as the person you're waiting for? What are you talking about? I've met you many times, and I know of your past, events that transpired long, long ago. I'm telling you the truth. I first came to this mansion just a year ago. Until then, I had never left my country, or even set foot in out of my own house. We did not have any servants either. So where, then, are you saying we met? This mansion, of course. But I'm telling the truth. It was a year ago, shortly after my parents fell ill and received an offer for my marriage. I knew something had to be done. I knew it, and I'm telling the truth. If that is what you remember, then I do not doubt you. But I also suspect I know why you seem so flustered. Are there moments when your memory seems hazy? When it seems like important details have fallen through the cracks? You needn't fret. One day, eventually, you shall remember all. One day.
What the hell is this? A white rose. Did she leave this here? A flower. What does she think she's doing? Is she trying to aggravate me? That garden. That damn rose garden is the whole problem. Flowers serve no purpose but to deceive. The garden is a sign of weakness. It has no place in this house. Approximately a week has passed since then. The white-haired girl was, as usual, spending time in her room reading, staying inside the house. Then Maria barged in. Madam! Madam! Oh you're out of breath. What happened? What happened? is we have a big problem.
The garden.
The rose garden.
The garden?
All the roses you put so much love and care into are being chopped down. We'll lose them if we don't hurry.
Upon hearing the news, the white-haired girl dashed from her room and towards the garden, Maria following closely behind. When she arrived, she saw a dozen or so sweaty, rugged men at work, Jacopo shouting orders. The men clearly have no concept of how much a single flower was worth, nor no concern whatsoever for their beauty. So, were they mercilessly, thoughtlessly hacked away at the shrubs like they were naught but weeds. Each flower they tore from the earth extinguished another of the many lives the white-haired girl had put so much time and effort into tending for.
Jacopo, what are you? Oh, hello, Maria. I didn't expect you to come with her.
Why would you do?
Why? Why, it goes without saying. This house has no need of a garden. Damn flowers have no place here. Might as well do something worthwhile with the soil. A miniature rail yard would be a much better use of the space, and certainly a great deal easier on the eyes.
I hate him, 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 I hate him so much.
I could even get my hands on some genuine wheels. Same wheels being used on the revolutionary transcontinental railroad. "10 or 20 years down the line, they'll be worth a fortune." Jacopo.
You know how much this garden meant to me, don't you? Did it honestly have no place here? Flowers have a calming effect on people. They give you peace. They're not by any means worthless.
So, you're saying that white rose was your passive-aggressive way of telling me to calm down?
No, not at all. I simply thought you...
At the end of the day, you're just using them for your own purposes, to trick and deceive. To you, this rose garden was nothing but... Jacopo, you've gone too far. This isn't right. Gone too far? This is my mansion. What I do with my property is my business. With that rose arc out of the picture, we'll have a much better view. There won't be anything blocking the sun any longer. Weren't you supposed to be sensitive to sunlight? Spend too much time out here and you'll be liable to fall ill. Get back inside now. You too, Maria. He's literally doing it so she can't fucking leave and enjoy the one thing in life she was enjoying. I smell a bitch up in here. Oh. I
hate this man. I hate him so much. The poor thing, though she did not say a word, was surely thinking, "Are you truly determined to rob me of my sanctuary?" The worlds twirled around in her head, unable to make the final journey to her lips. She stood there, looking down at her feet as her own husband marched off, and listened to the screams of the roses being reaped. After being torn down by Jacopo, the garden reverted to a state of ruined desolation. Shame, after all the work that went into restoring its beauty. It had been restoring the beauty to where it had been under the flaxen-haired family. As Jacopo had said, in its place went scraps of metal, train wheels, prototype models, carbon rods. These items may have had value to him, but I certainly do not think it was worth robbing his wife of a place that made her feel comfortable, just so he could store them there. Besides, I was rather fond of the rose garden myself. The roses seemed to evoke a sense of nostalgia in me. I felt as though somewhere far beyond the edges of my memory, I had seen another garden of roses, modest though it may have been. But I cannot remember when it was. Does that come as a surprise to you? I'm quite sure there are periods of the mansion's history I'm not aware. But in any case, Jacopo had caused many people great pain in order to repurpose that garden for himself. And he continued to walk all over his wife. Whenever she tried to do something kind for him, he brushed it off, saying, "That's not your place." He paid no mind whatsoever to the looks of dejection that rose to her face every time he rejected her. I was beginning to wonder if anything she said to that man about that man I was beginning to wonder if anything she had said about the man he had been a year earlier was actually true. And if it was true, would a person really go through such a drastic change of heart in such a short time? What do you think, Master? No. I've spoken enough about me already. Seems I've been talking a lot about myself this time. But that's hardly appropriate behavior for a maid. Let us return to our tale. I'm also just gonna save quickly. That evening, the white-haired girl sat in her room staring sorrowfully at her wheel. A small mirror before her, she tried spinning the paper disc, but just was not the same as before. Her husband was not there at her side, and even more critically, there was not a smile on her face. And then she heard a faint knock on her door. "Who is it?" "It's me, madam. It's me." "May I come in?" Oh, Maria. Of course, come in. What are you doing here at this time of night?" "I was just wondering how you were doing. Should I have left you alone?" Oh, it's no trouble at all. I am always glad to have you.
You're making me blush, madam.
I got the feeling you were a little down in the dumps. So I'm not here because I need to be. I just ended up here, I guess. Maria. Sorry, I'm not making any sense. I can be a bit of a busybody, you know? Trouble with boundaries, I guess. Never been able to fix that. No. No, I don't consider you intrusive at all. Not count how many times your bright smile and cheerful energy have shone a light on me when things were dark. If I didn't have you, I would have given up already. You seem to see right through me. Even now, you're exactly right. I'm feeling a little dispirited. The garden was an even bigger life raft than I thought. Perhaps I'm being overly dramatic, but the roses were almost like children to me. I get it. I do.
Huh? What? What happened? What's going on?
Okay.
Externalizing internal panic. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I get it. I do. You put your heart and soul into tending that garden. It was obvious how much you loved them. Of course, it's gonna hurt watching a bunch of men stomp all over your flowers when you cared for them like your own children. Now, I know I've already said this once already, but you needn't force yourself to put up with him, really. You don't have to bend to his will just because you're a woman. You can survive without him. Anytime you want to walk away, that's your choice. I mean, I'd be sure lonely if you left, madam. But your happiness is more important than any of that. So, you know, thank you, Maria. I truly do appreciate it. But I would still like to wait for the day I can see his warm smile once more. If you say so. Well, in that case, guess I'll just have to back you up. Have to be there to back you up. Aww.
Thank you so much for the dono. I really appreciate it. Amaya. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. No. Thank you, Amaya. Okay, okay. No, no, you, Tyler, no, no, no. I appreciate it very much, but please take care of yourselves first, okay? I am very, very grateful. But please, 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 take care of yourselves first and foremost, okay? Thank you very much, Amaya. I really appreciate it. It'll be all right. You leave everything to this holy virgin. I'll have a stupid grin on your face no matter how down you're feeling. You really are the reincarnation of the Mother of God, aren't you? Oh, I told you, it was a joke. Whatever. So, hey madam, how about a dance? A dance? At this time of night? Yep. And since it's so late, no loud music. You get the courtesy of a little whistling courtesy of me. But this room is too small for her. Then we'll use the Great Hall. Wouldn't that put us in everyone else's way? He'd probably complain about the noise, too. No need to worry. Oh, as I say that, they are doing snow clearing. Hooray! So I'm going to apologize if you can hear the snow clearing. You shouldn't be able to, but it's very loud. So we'll keep going, but yeah, I'm talking about IRL noise. No. No. If you can hear it in my mic. I cannot hear shit from your mic? Okay. Okay, sounds good. Jacopo's out inspecting some factory or something today. Perfect. Thank you all for letting me know. After that, he's got a meeting, so he'll be staying elsewhere tonight. The rest of the maids are in their rooms chatting away. No one will notice. Where I come from, we dance all the time. We take, eat, drink, and be merry to heart. No food or drink for us, but we can absolutely can dance. What mic do I use? HyperX something. It's a HyperX something. Oh, now you can hear it. Now you can hear it. Maybe we'll give it like a little bit. They literally have like the fucking leaf blower out right now, snow blower out right now. And they're literally in front of my door. Your voice box is immaculate, is it? Are you sure about that? Okay, now they're down the street a little bit more. There we go. Back to normal. Yep. Love that for us. Dancing's a great way to forget all your cares. I'm not much of a dancer. No big deal. Nobody's watching. Come on. Put on a little fancy perfume and let's go have some fun. I don't have any perfume though. Didn't think so. You've got all the right ingredients, madam, but you don't try to make anything special out of them. You've got so much potential, but not even a decent-sized wardrobe. At the very least, you should wear some perfume. Maria or white-haired girl? Who's your waifu, Maeve? White-haired girl. She is far too sweet and too kind and too everything. But yes, white-haired girl. Best boy Bestia? Bestia or Yukimasa? Neither. There is a correct answer for who is best boys in this game, but that won't come till later. Yeah, that won't come till later. Pauline or white-haired girl? Ooh, that's a harder toss-up. I'd still say white-haired girl. Would Bestia kill Jacopo? Yes. Yes. God, I'd hope he would. Oh. Sorry, misclicked. Which is why, ta-da! I brought some with me. The maids are in love with this stuff. It's a big hit with women all over the country. The base is vanilla, but it's got several other fragrances mixed in. Give it a try. It smells divine. Oh, I love a good vanilla base perfume. Oh, I love a good vanilla base perfume.
Maria, Come on, what's the harm? A little splash on your wrist, like so. What do you think? You're right. It smells wonderful. Doesn't it? So, you like it? Yes, very much so. Excellent. Now, off we go to the Grand Hall. Are we really going to dance? You bet your butt we are. It's not healthy to hole yourself up in your room all day. I know you can't handle a lot of sunlight, but you've got to have some fun and move your body. Come on, let's go. Oh, Maria. Though she looked outwardly uncertain of Murray as Maria led her forward, hand on her wrist, the white-haired girl seemed to be enjoying herself on the inside. Having spent her life without a single friend, she never dreamed the day would come where she would find herself being dragged through the empty halls of the dark mansion by another woman. Maria's presence seemed to shine like a light upon the quiet corridor. It would have been a very lonely trek without her. Maria spun around and with an impish smirk, raised her pointer finger to her lips with a soft shh. The sight of which caused the white-haired girl to quietly chuckle. Two of them, on their way to their secret private ball, were like two adolescent girls. In short order, they arrived at the Great Hall. My heart was pounding all the way here. What's there to be nervous about? It's not like you're breaking any rules. Only kids get in trouble for staying up late. Once you've grown up, you're responsible for yourself. I will say, though, it seemed rather odd for two women to dance together. Oh? If you're having a good time, what does it matter what's between your legs? Where I come from, there are dances where family lock arms in a big ring and go in circles together. So who's to say two girls can't have some fun? I imagine you had many good times with your family. Well, I don't have a family anymore. What? All right, I'll show you how it's done. Watch carefully, because you're up next. Okay. With a wild grin on her face, Maria began whistling softly and prancing around the floor with an energetic rhythm. It was not some kind of complicated dance you see at fancy parties. The motions were simple, flowing, unembellished. A folk dance, I suppose you might call it. She seemed to be improvising a little bit as well. But in any event, the white-haired girl was captivated. Despite being a sequence of steps anyone could replicate, Maria breathed life into the dance. She was neither as lithe as an acrobat nor as light on her feet as a professional dancer. She was her own lively, beautiful self. Maria twirled in place, the skirt of her maid uniform billowing gently around her. With a smile, she extended her hand towards the white-haired girl. She hesitated for a moment, but as if being pulled forward by some invisible force, she took Maria's hand. Hand in hand, Maria ushered the white-haired girl into her dance. It was just the two of them, but you could almost see the crowd forming around them. The other people stepping up to join in. That's it, madam. Doing great. Now, lift your leg up. Good, and spin like so. This is not easy, Maria. I'm having trouble following along. You can do it. Looking good so far. You're a natural, madam. Oh, Maria. I won't fall for your flattery. I mean it. The whispers of the two girls, their muffled laughs. Step, hop, step, step. The rustling of fabric. Many different sounds, soft sounds layered on top one another, creating a little bubble of happiness in the center of the hall. The white-haired girl's movements were a great deal clumsier than that of Maria's, but Maria would never disparage her for that. On the contrary, she showered her with praise. As a flustered white-haired girl appeared, I imagine she was quite pleased. Before long, the tightness in her face muscles loosened, a smile spread across her lips, and she began to brighten up. See? What'd I tell ya? Fun, huh? Yes, I'm quite surprised. Both that I can dance, and that I'm enjoying it so much. Glad to hear. They exchanged looks and both laughed. This might have been the first time ever since I've ever seen the white-haired girl so delighted. However, because of her infirmity, she quickly found herself out of breath, her porcelain skin flushed red. Maria immediately stopped for a break. She could surely have continued dancing for some time yet, but Maria was conscientious of the white-haired girl's physical condition. She looked over at Maria regretfully. My apologies. If only I had more stamina. I am hardly a suitable partner for you, Maria. Sure you are. This is all to cheer you up, madam. So long as you're having fun, nothing else matters. And heck, I'm enjoying myself plenty too. What do you think? Wouldn't it be nice to do this again sometime? Whenever you're feeling down, let's dance. If you really do enjoy dancing with a frail girl like me, and I'd be glad to. Have a little more confidence in yourself, madam. You're so pretty and kind-hearted. I have loads of fun when I'm with you. So you don't need to be so hard on yourself. Got it? Thank you. The pleasure is mine. 'Tis but an honor to have a rare opportunity to see such a bright smile on your face, madam. My apologies for keeping you out so late. I should get back to my room. Oh, I didn't realize what time it was. I'm more than up for a little more gum flapping. You have improved my mood more than adequately. I would not want you to be too tired for work tomorrow. Aw, okay. Well then, let's get out of here. Yes, let's. Smiles on both of their faces, they made to exit the great hall. However, before they reached the door, it swung open. A man's towering shadow cast the two women into darkness.
his cold, bitter gaze affixed on them. If I had even the faintest premonition that this might happen, I would have done everything in my power to stop the two cheery girls on their way to the hall. But I am entirely powerless. What are you doing? Standing before them in the doorway was the master of the house, Jacopo. I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. And how would you know that? No, forget that. Does my staying elsewhere have any effect on you? You were just waiting for this opportunity, weren't you? No. Why would I possibly want you out of the house for? I'm sure you know better than anyone. What? What is that smell? Perfume? When did you get perfume? Oh, Leon, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And I have to say, you seem to be having quite the time. Look at you. You're out of breath, red as a beet. I made the right decision coming back. Where the hell were you going? No, I wasn't going. Jacopo, calm down, seriously. You shut it. Now you're taking this tramp's side? I've told you before you are not to leave this house without first consulting me. Or do you mean to tell me you've forgotten? God, your ears are just for show, aren't they? All right, they're better than that. They'll even throw out the parts. They'll even throw out the parts you don't want to hear. Okay. No, I swear, I wasn't doing anything you... Silence. I have no interest in your excuses. You're always watching from the shadows, observing, trying not to step on anyone's toes. And yet in the back of your mind, you're mocking me. No, Listen up and listen good. You just try stepping out of line again. You just try disgracing me again. You will not get away with it. For the love of God, get back to your room now. You too, Maria. All right. God, what is this sickeningly sweet smell? How utterly infuriating. It'll take forever to get this off me. I always thought you at least had some sense of taste. Why did he have to disparage her so? What did she do wrong? What did she do to deserve this? She did nothing wrong whatsoever. She deserved none of the ridicule he showered her with. However, she was not a strong-willed woman. She did not have the courage to retort to the man yelling at her. And neither did Maria, it seemed. Without another word, they both scrambled out of the great hall, away from Jacopo.
The white-haired girl was a painfully miserable sight to behold. The cheer had drained from her spirit, the rosy hue from her now pale cheeks. She was hunched forward slightly, looking like a scared small animal. Say, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I hadn't asked you to dance, and me bringing the perfume only made things worse. No, you needn't feel bad about anything, Maria. Everything you did was with my best interest at heart. So, don't worry. I will be fine. So, madam, I'll clear everything up. I'm really to blame after all. He wouldn't even give you the time of day if you tried. He's stubborn. He's a stubborn little shit when he's mad. I'll talk to him. He's more likely to listen to me. I'll make sure he knows he was jumping to conclusions. That I'm the one who dragged you out to dance. And I also forced you to wear the perfume. I'll clear everything up, okay? So please, you cheer up. It would be best if I could tell him myself. But yes, you're right. He most likely wouldn't listen to me. He barely ever listens to me. I should be ashamed. I could not even hold a simple conversation with my own husband. These things happen, you know? It's not easy being married, in a lot of ways. Yes, you are right. I apologize for having you do something so unpleasant. I would really appreciate it. No problem at all. I'm happy to. No need to apologize. I've got this. I'll dunk his head in some cold water until he's not blowing steam from his ears anymore. I'll cool him down. Promise. And you never know. Maybe he'll be more open to listening. You could be back to the way you were a year ago in no time. Don't worry. I'll take care of it, madam. Be positive. You look much better with a smile on your face. All right. Thank you. I doubted Jacopo would listen, even coming from Maria. And I imagine the white-haired girl felt that much is the same. However, she grabbed onto that sliver of hope. She let herself dream. She let herself believe, even just faintly, that everything would go well. Such is human nature. When uncertainty has you in its clutches, you grasp at whatever hope you can find to keep yourself afloat. That night, she did not sleep. She was afraid that, even in her dreams, Jacopo would be shouting at her. She felt as though her memory of a year prior were beginning to crumble away. Like I said, can we murder Jacopo? Just now? Just end it all? Please? Please. Please, it's only gonna get worse.
And just now is good. Oh no. Of course, back to the jazz. The next morning, Jacopo stood alone in the den by the billiard table. He appeared to be rather agitated. His face was twisted into a frown, his fingers tapping restlessly against the hard surface of the table. Evidently, no longer able to stay in one place, he paced around the table, then swiped a rack and a cue, setting up a game of 9-ball. I'm not intimately familiar with the ways of which men entertain themselves, but in truth, I was bewitched by the sight of him leaning over the table. It seems as though a steel rod ran straight from his shoulder to the tip of his outstretched fingertip, upon which the cue was secured by another finger looped over it. With a smooth, flowing motion, he thrust the cue slightly forward, pulling it back and repeating the process once more, before ramming it into the cue ball, sending it rolling into the diamond of colored balls. A chorus of clicks and clacks emanated from the center of the room. Balls collided with one another and ricocheted off the cushioned walls, a few landing in the pockets situated on the edges of the table. Jacopo appeared to have accomplished this with little trouble, but I imagine merely striking the cue ball with a stick would be rather difficult for someone unexperienced. But despite his accomplishment, it only seemed to exacerbate his agitation. Lousy positioning, he muttered, though I hadn't the faintest what he was talking about. Thank you for the hydrate. What should have been considered a game for his enjoyment, he went about with a constant look of exasperation, sorry. I suspect he was using it as a way to blow off steam. And as a result, the tension in the air was palpable. What? Him worse? No! Never! I felt it'd be improper to intrude upon him, even considering my distaste for the man. There was an undeniable beauty about every motion he made. Every perfectly audible clack of the billiard balls bouncing off one another. It was an enchanting sight. But then someone, without the slightest regard for or appreciation for beauty, came marching in with a hammer to shatter it like glass. Gotta say, that was pretty impressive. The man leaned against the frame of the open door. He was neither a resident nor a worker of the mansion. The man's face was covered in scraggly stubble, his body draped in a grime-caked garments. His eyes were sunken so deep, it was as though I was looking at a fleshless skull, though there was a feral glimmer in them. Needless to say, he was not prim and proper. How long have you been there? Tommaso? Tommaso, I'm gonna say, is how you say his name. Not long, but man, I can't help laughing. You were completely in your own world there. What do you want? Why didn't you send a maid for me? Don't be such a hard ass. We ain't strangers, man. Why should family have to go through the maids to see ya? That just ain't right, brother. Your door should always be open for family. Enough. I'm not your family. We're bound by something even stronger than blood. By our family. Oh, Koska? 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 Oh. Okay. So, oh, Koska? I just looked up what the meaning of the word meant. And, clan, I guess? Think a little more Italian crime ring. Stereotypical, yeah. It's more of a gang than anything. Also, we're effing slightly. Give me a second. See if it stabilizes. Mafia is a forbidden word. Well, I don't think it's technically mafia, but it's a gang. Next sentence. Mafia. Shh, it's fine. Don't. If you ever bring up... You only ever bring up the Koska when it's in your interest. Oh, scary. Come on. What happened to you, little Jack? Where'd that little boy who used to always call me Uncle Tommy go? Don't you dare use that godforsaken name. Get the hell out of my sight. What in God's name are you doing here? Man hailed from the same country as Jacopo. They had a peculiar relationship. Though they were not blood related. He referred to Jacopo as family. They came from a sunny island in the Mediterranean, a place with many unique customs and an entire underground society. Koska was a word that originated and referred to those underground families. It would be another 30 years or so before organizations like theirs received much public attention. At the time, they weren't widely known. Just a short step into the future, and they would grow so powerful, the very mention of them would send a chill through the room. Hey now, that's no way to talk to your fellow... Barazzi? Barazzi? No clue, okay. You're on the short list. Oh, jeez. Teddy bear's confirmed. I wish it was just teddy bears. You are on the shortlist to become the next Capo Familia. We respect our brothers. That's how we operate. I could go home and say you threw me out of your house. How'd you like those rumors to spread? Soon to be Capo Familia wouldn't even listen to a little request. I very much doubt anything you could say could damage my reputation. I ain't been exiled yet. And as long as I'm one of them, they won't ignore me. Oh, that's some mighty fine whiskey you got there. Don't mind if I do. Nothing here is for you to drink. Booze is my lifeblood, man. No love for a brother? You worthless leech. It surely won't be long before you find yourself in exile. If you're lucky enough to get off the hook with just exile, that is. A child could snap that scrawny neck of yours. If I'm gonna go, I'd rather go tied up, tortured for a few days, covered in tiny cuts from head to toe. You sick bastard. You disgust me. Call me a carnal adventurer. I despise the mundane. Last thing I want to go out is like a wet fart. Is that what you came for? To waste my time with your nonsense? Insipid nonsense? Oh, hardly. Surely you have an idea of what I'm here for? And how much I need? You damned maggot. A worthless leech, a sick bastard, and a damned maggot. What other names have you got up your sleeve for me? You son of a... Do you honestly think this is how you ask for a favor? Oops. Excuse me. I beg thee, oh esteemed future Capo Familia. I'm bone broke. Not even enough money to put bread on the table. Would you spare a little for our brother? You brought this on yourself, I'm sure. I hear more than enough stories about you. Hardly any of them pleasant. Drinking, gambling, debauchery. I'm humiliated to be in the same Koska as you. You want to make more money playing, you gotta learn the game first. Says the worm who played himself into oblivion. Now, you honestly believe I'll give you anything? Oh, but you will. You got no choice. Koska rules. You are required to help a fellow countryman. Especially considering how few of us there are on this stranded on this colossal landmass. You won't even notice the money's missing. It ain't like you can't, but because you don't wanna. But Jacopo, being a tight ass, does nothing for ya. He coming to you for help because you keep your good name clean. That's the thing about being boss. You quietly keep little shits like me out of trouble. so that trouble doesn't come raining back on you. You don't seem to understand your place. Rather than lecturing me, you should be on your hands and knees, begging and crying for my help. If that's what you want, I'll gladly comply. Happy to kiss your boots while I'm at it. Don't even think about it. Know this, there won't be a second time. I'll be reporting your conduct to the family back home. I look forward to seeing how they deal with you. Just try to have a little mercy, would ya? Hey, is there a maid around? It doesn't matter who.
How may I serve you, master?
Get a single stack from the safe. Here's the key. It goes without saying, but don't touch anything else. Give the money to that man as you're escorting him out the door.
As you wish. Is that all you needed?
Yes, now get at it.
Very well. Excuse me.
Well, well. That's one looker of a maid you got there. But there's something, I don't know, eerie? Strange about her. Fancy that. We agree on something.
How long she's been working here?
Couldn't tell ya. As I recall, she came with the house. Is that the kind of woman you fancy? A gal you can't read will always be interesting. Is that so? Now that he mentions it, how old is that woman? Though I suppose it doesn't matter much. Oh yeah, Jacopo. One other thing I wanted to talk to you about. What is it this time? And if it's more of your blather, I'll shoot you dead where you stand. Now, no need for threats. This one's about your, better half. What about my wife? Well, to put it simply, yeah. She came to me asking for advice, looking a little distressed. My wife asked you for advice. Yep. From the sounds of it, you're pretty rough around the little lady. Just ain't right, man. You managed to snag yourself a broad that pretty, and you ought to treat her at least a little better, you hear? She looks good with a smile. You gotta make her show it to you every once in a while. Why would she come to you about that? Don't ask me. Maybe she ain't got no one else to talk to. And you know, for what it's worth, whatever it's worth, I'm part of the same Koska. Guessing she thought I'd get through to you easier. Really, you just have to put a little more thought into how you act around her, and she'll be smiling for you like always. Oh yeah, I'd got just the thing. Women love this stuff. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. Is that perfume? Haven't you heard? Everyone's talking about it. I'm a big fan of the stuff too. It smells great. Pretty girl smiles at you wearing some of this. Any man would be in love in an instant. You've never given her nothing fashionable before, have ya? May look like just scented water, but you can't let that fool you. Go on, give it to her. You like a nice smelling lady too, don't ya? Little bit of a scent,
and give a different flavor to your nighttime excitement. Vanilla. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll be taking my leave. Don't want to keep your maid waiting too long to get on her bad side. Hold on, Tommaso. Why would she? Make it last. That's all the advice your Uncle Tommy has for you. Ciao. Wait, Tommaso.
Oh boy, why do I have a feeling he's gonna think she's visiting him or something? Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You think?
And what's that gonna do, Kane? And what is he going to do?
Normal man would sit down and talk about it. Yes, but is Jacopo a normal man? She's never leaving her room, is she?
I could go after him. It'd be a simple task to catch him, grab him by the neck, and make him tell me. Tell me where he spoke with her and what she told him. But why? Why will my legs not move? Asking him for advice? Fashionable perfume. Her smile. She looks good with a smile. She'll be smiling for you like always. That can't be. She hardly ever smiles around me. But she'll smile for him? Last night, when she was short of breath, having a grand time wearing that perfume. Welcome back, Tyler. Getting ready to leave the house. Just who was that smile for? God damn it. Don't think I'll let you run free any longer. His eyebrows were furrowed, creating deep creases on his forehead. Several servants stood off to the side, watching their master attentively as he stomped past them down the corridor. However, no one said a word to him. Had I not been preoccupied with attending to his countrymen, I likely could have prevented it. The look on his face would have made it obvious something bad was about to happen. Something that would only serve to further her misfortune. She was already in a less than ideal situation, and it was perched on a ledge on the edge of a hill, soon to begin rolling down to even worse territory. Jacopo! What's the matter? You wanted to visit, you could have said something, rather than coming in without knocking. Is that really necessary? Pardon? Is there something you so desperately want to keep from me that I must knock before entering? That I should have to let you know in advance when I'm coming? What are you... Well, is there?
You went to talk to him behind my back, I'm told. What'd you tell him? You moaned to him about my behavior?
That hurts.
You told him I'm rough with you. You cried on his shoulder because I'm not nice enough. Him, of all people.
But wait, Jacopo. You're mistaken. Let me...
Silence. Not another word. Not a single godforsaken word. The only thing that comes out of your mouth is excuses. Lies and fabrication. You put on this sweet, innocent girl act. But what's really going on through your head? Maybe you should just rip that mask off your face.
Stop, Jacopo.
You look down on me. You're a nobility. And I'm just a nobody who married into it.
No, please stop. Let go of me, please.
When did it start? How long have you been seeing him? Who else have you been seeing? Covering yourself in fashionable perfume and smiling, even though you never smile around me?
Please let me go.
I can see it in your eyes. He's just a worthless commoner.
Why would you think that? Why will you not listen to me?
Silence. It's all your fault. Every last thing. I tell you not to leave the house, but you do. I tell you to do as I say, and you ignore me. Every last thing you do drives me mad. I don't have time right now to deal with this, to rack my brain over you, over a woman. I don't have time for it. Why do you not do as I say? Do you not have enough already? Huh? Will you not be satisfied until you've even taken my arms and legs? I've given you money, clothing, everything. You have an incredible life. Look around you. That life of luxury you and your parents wanted, it's right here. You have it. What more could you possibly want? Why do you insist on being unfaithful?
Unfaithful? You think that what I'm doing is unfaithful to you?
How else should I describe it? You leave your room despite my ordering you not to. Don't think I don't know. When you came to the den the other day, you had your eyes on the other men.
No, I didn't. I have no such inclination.
Enough. Not another word from you. I have no interest in your excuses. If that's how you're gonna act, then say goodbye to your freedom. You are forbidden from leaving this mansion, or your room for that matter, or even speaking to the servants. Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll make you a new room. Too many people come in and out of this one. It'll be somewhere quieter, out of the way. You like the garden. How would I put you there? If you leave that room without my permission, this time, I'll kill you.
Why? Why will you not listen to me? Jacopo, the master of the house, likely loved the white-haired girl. That is what I saw in their exchange.
How? How? Huh? No, no. Maid, no. Not the fuck. I guess.
Normally, love is supposed to be a sweet, warm, wonderful emotion. It makes you care for, value the people even more than yourself. But it was the exact opposite for him. I never knew that love could be such a painful thing. How did his love end up so twisted? What did he expect to happen by confining and abusing the woman he loved? Perhaps he was conscious of that? To be human is to sometimes find ourselves driven by uncontrollable internal impulses. A few days later, Jacopo dragged the white-haired girl from her chamber and led her outside. The garden she once loved was now a thing of the past. All good, Imgak. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for the head pats. I appreciate it. And the hydrate. Good night, Imgak.
Hopefully you can take out some of your anger on Jacopo in your dreams.
It had become a dreary place. Nary a rose in sight. Being taken there did nothing to improve her mood, only saddened her further. The gray piles of metal freckling the barren earth seemed to mock her. Her husband led her, the lady of the house, to a shed that had been repurposed into a Spartan living area. She begged and pleaded, but Jacopo wouldn't have it. He shoved her into the sad little shack and locked the door. And that is where we will end for today. We shall see the poor situation for the white-haired girl. Thank you so much for everyone for stopping by the stream today. Hopefully we will finish off chapter 3rd door here soon. I will see you all tomorrow for hopefully a happier stream. Not such a sad and downtrodden stream, but I am hoping you guys are enjoying the house in Fata Morgana. I hope you all have a great night. Yeah, tomorrow is birthday stream, so I'm not 100% sure what we'll be doing tomorrow yet, but it'll be fun, I hope. And right as we're effing too, this is perfect timing. Great. Have a good night, everyone, and I will see you all tomorrow. Okay. Bye-bye. 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 Bye-bye.